live up there?
Yes, it does.
Top left? Nice.
Hello, YouTube.
Right. It's a good way to do it. The icebreaker today is what was your most memorable vacation?
Well, I'm not gonna have a vacation this year.
What's your most memorable one? Which one can you remember the best?
Well, since I'm from Jersey, it's the beach.
Okay. My most memorable vacation was I was 7 years old. My dad took me to Disneyland. It's only memorable because that's any time, first time he ever took me anywhere, and the last time. So, but yeah, that's the only time I've been to Disneyland. 7 years old, never went back, never went on another vacation with my father. That
We
Well,
sounds
used
a
to
little
my
go to the lake.
salty. Come again?
my father passed away when I was 4, so I don't. My father's out of my picture for life.
Oh, okay. Mine too. But I'm an adult now, so yeah. It would have been different when I was a kid. He probably would have cared. Let me stop. Get off of my dad. um, I sound a little salty. Sometimes I can be. Toaster, Andrea, most memorable vacation?
We used to always go to the lake when I was a kid. That was always fun.
Toaster looks like she's in the deepest of thought.
Yeah, I know. It's like I love Washington, D.C., but the most memorable would be we went to Disney World and I had saved all of my allowance for like all year long for this trip. And at the Mexico Pavilion in Epcot, I got this beautifully carved and painted um, dragon, and they made a parade out of it because it was literally the woman was still doing detailing when I was like, I love that. Or is that for sale? And she said, yes, come back in 30 minutes. Come back 30 minutes. I pay for it. And they made a parade through the entire pavilion.
Mm.
So,
So that was probably the most memorable. But Washington, D.C. holds the most nostalgia. Does that make any sense? If I had to go back, if I had to play, I had to go back to a place, I'd say Washington, D.C.
oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Andrea, did you say? I can't remember.
Going
oh,
to the
Oh, you
lake.
said the lake. Okay. I'm sorry. It came to me. But yeah.
oh.
Uh, so yeah, with me, like I said, Disneyland. Andrew, you ever been to Disneyland? I never been to Disney World, but I've been to Disneyland. Disney World would be nice to go to too.
I went to Disney World a couple times. My dad, they did lots of conferences down in Florida.
Oh, nice.
So we got to actually go pretty often.
Mm.
Mm.
So while my dad was off in meetings, me and my mom and my sibling were having a vacation at Disney World.
There you go.
Poor dad didn't get to go.
Oh no, he came. Some of the days he just,
Mm. Oh,
That's a
particularly if it was during the beer and wine festival.
mm,
oh
oh,
nice. That's a good way to
See, more memorable.
oh.
yeah. He's gonna be like, remember you guys went to Disneyland? I didn't show up because I was. I remember that. I
Oh
got
no,
something though. What coming in?
the food and wine festival takes place at Epcot. And
Epcot.
my dad would be tipsy before he got to the second pavilion. And they had, I don't remember how many pavilions they have or have now, but it was a lot. It was at least 7.
Welcome back, Alex. How you doing?
Hey, Pookie. How's everyone?
Good. So far, so good.
How's your
Uh,
Friday?
it's been a good Friday. Um, the icebreaker today is, what's your most memorable vacation?
Ooh, ooh,
Mm,
I'll let you think on it.
ooh,
But
It's a good one.
ooh.
I got something here while Alex thinks. It says titrating down. Hello, everyone. I have my next neuro appointment next week. About 2 months ago, he put me on Lamictal and said at this next appointment, we would talk about taking me off of Keppra since I mentioned I don't feel like it helped me much other than preventing grand malls after a few I had, and that I did not like the side effects. I did not think anyone does. Ha ha. I think it's worth mentioning also that even though I had only a few other grand malls since starting Keppra, last one was 2 years ago. My focal seizures felt the same and were at the same frequency, about 5 to 10 plus, over a course of 1 week, every 1 to 3 months. It's varied since starting Excopri, and I can't say for certain whether or not the Lamictal is helping. I will admit I am a bit scared to be off of Keppra. I ended up in the hospital. I didn't take it for 3 days, 1 week, and since then I've been consistent. Um,
Ooh.
no more grand malls. What is everyone else's experience getting off of medication? I feel like taking the Lamictal, like my focals feel the same but different, and that I'm having a few more days after titrating up every other week. I wonder if titrating off the medication I've been taking for over 2 years will now have the same or worse effect on me. I feel like being on 3 medication contributes heavily to my years now and will have the same or worse, uh, heavily to my constant exhaustion and
Ooh.
memory problems I have. So I do want to get off of it. I just don't want to risk. The question was, how was it getting off of medications? Um, no bad experiences getting off of medications. Uh,
Ooh. Ooh.
yeah, I always just switch medication. In the beginning, my first switch, I was under 18 or maybe under 20. And then my second switch, I was on Keppra and I was on that for 4 years. And I didn't do the titrating down period. I wasn't around my Keppra when they gave me the other medication. And I went somewhere else and just cold turkey right to lamotrigine. Luckily, I didn't have a seizure.
Ooh. Ooh.
I
I've
think
always
it,
been titrating up on something when I was titrating down on something else. So I don't know. I never had any issues with it.
The only medication that I've ever stopped cold turkey was Keppra.
I'm on Kappa and Lamictal and it doesn't bother me.
Oh, nice.
There's a reason why it's one of the go-to medications.
But I'm on a higher dose of that stuff.
What dose are you on?
Kappa and Lamictal,
How much Keppra?
um, 750, but I take twice a day, so it's 1,500.
Okay. How long you been taking that?
24 years.
See?
Nice.
It
Since
How
helps
long?
some.
since 2002.
Okay. When's the last time you had a seizure? I think it's like, I forgot how long you said.
2011. but I have a pacemaker now.
Okay.
The last
Uh,
15 years.
um, hey Chip. Um, if you are there, the icebreaker today is what's your most memorable vacation?
But I try anything new, I will still have a seizure, so I will not change medications.
I feel you there.
I
Uh,
try new medication and I still have seizures. So I will be on this kind of medication.
yeah, someone was also telling me to do the same thing because I take Lamictal, and then another neurologist said Lamictal works best with Keppra. Uh,
Yeah, it does.
Maybe it's like that Omvix Capri thing that it boosts each other up.
mm. um, to the titrating down post, one of the comments here says, I'm actually in the process of titrating off of Keppra now, slowly 250 milligrams every 4 weeks. As the OP neuro suggested, it didn't seem to be doing much. A concern for me is that sometimes I feel like I feel something doesn't feel right or could be a seizure, but it's just after a couple of days and nothing happened. So far, fingers crossed it doesn't. Um, Toaster, this is for you. It was for Kate, but she's not here. Uh, Moms with epilepsy. I'm amazed by the moms here with the amount of patience that comes with raising a child. I think about myself and the amount of sleep I need to function, and anything different from my routine could be a trigger for a seizure. So basically, I want to ask moms here with epilepsy, how do you manage? What's the most difficult part?
The most hard part I did is I didn't tell my friends right away about me.
You have kids?
No, I have best friends.
Oh, okay.
I didn't tell them about my health issues till I got, get to know them more.
Understandable.
Well, I've
So
had
I prefer hiding it. It says some people make jokes at it.
I've I've had 4 kids, 3 by heart, 1 by blood. Um, and I've had them at all stages. The easiest one to explain it to was my oldest when we figured out the epilepsy. Um, she was 14 at the time,
I was 9
12,
months old.
14, and she took it pretty well. It was like, oh, that explains a lot. The younger ones, it was more difficult. My oldest son, he was probably around this age my son is now, 9, and it was more of they understood that Ema can't play long before she starts getting confused about stuff.
Seaman?
Ema means mom.
Oh, okay. Um,
And they learn to recognize when to go get dad, or in this case, when to go get grandma.
Oh,
okay.
So, living their abundance of energy, this is funny. Kids want to be around you. They don't care if you're folding clothes. If they're folding the clothes with you, they're actually happy.
Hmm.
So
Um,
parenting, it's weird. They're more I don't know. It's just parenting. It's just another thing of life. So how do I do it? I do.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's the best answer I could give without writing something.
Hey, it's to that person. I am not a mother. Uh, Sounded like good advice, but that's from a person who's never been a mother, so you never know.
Oh, and also, if you need to take a moment to rest, do it. Self-care is very important.
Okay. Take your medication as prescribed, as
Yep.
Angel says. I got something else here, and it said, I had my first mini seizure. Should I be concerned? Hello, I'm a 20-year-old female and I'm having trouble falling asleep tonight because I'm traveling. I tried staying still in one position and that usually helps. All of a sudden, I feel my legs stretch out and all of my body shortly starts shaking uncontrollably. I'm traveling with my dad and trying to reach out to him or say something and couldn't. He didn't notice anything happening and was probably asleep. This lasted about 5 to 10 seconds, and afterwards, I felt my head burning hot. Not a headache, but literally as if my brain was overheating. I am not experiencing any confusion currently, but I was supposed to drive today instead of him to switch out, but I no longer feel like it's safe for me to do so after this. Should I be concerned on should I be concerned and how urgent is it for me to get checked? I've never had this happen before and it's very new to me. I only experienced sleep paralysis twice before. I forgot to mention that a few days prior to this, I had my nose twitching a few times, like like for extended periods of time, but thought nothing of it until today. The nose twitches are always very light, and I doubt anyone could see them. I've had a similar eye twitches, like eye ones happening when I'm very tired after school, but recently I've always been well rested and under no stress. I have experienced sleep paralysis twice and once stood up too fast and blacked out and had to crouch on the floor and felt my body shaking, though it was years ago. Afterwards, I didn't wake up. My dad let him know what happening because I was brief and that I'm hoping it's nothing to be concerned about. I'm scared that this will happen again in the worst moment possible. Should I be concerned? My mother and father both say it's nothing. It could have been vitamin deficiency or stress or the heat. But I haven't been stressed and haven't felt too hot recently. What do you think? I think you shouldn't get in that driver's seat. Uh, that's a start.
I agree.
I think you need to get a sleep study done so you can get sleep medication, make sure you don't have sleep paralysis again.
Yeah. Mainly don't drive. Don't let your parents pressure you into driving. That's what it sounds like. You're all right. You can drive. Maybe it's just this. I don't understand why they want to be in the car while the person's driving, but
I mean, I've had sleep paralysis before,
me too, I
and I
think.
will admit it
Mm.
doesn't sound like anything like they've described where they get up.
Yeah, me either. Never experienced
You
getting up.
I mean, I can not move no matter who's doing what to me
All right.
in that paralysis state.
Yeah, my sleep paralysis is like I'm screaming, but the words aren't coming out.
And who is the dream aspect?
Huh?
Sleep paralysis also is very much linked to hallucinations.
Yeah. I couldn't move, and I felt like something on the wall was moving towards me. Couldn't tell what it was. And finally, when I'm screaming and trying to scream, once I finally get it out, it's as loud as possible. And then everybody's like, "Are you all right?" Finally, when it gets out, yeah. Very high
Did-
pitch.
Ooh. Hmm.
More people with insomnia will experience sleep paralysis than people without insomnia. And you are an insomniac, so please get a sleep study done.
I did. They told me I have insomnia and sleep apnea. Same appointment.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Well, it is one of those things that you have to catch the sleep paralysis, kind of like you have to catch a seizure on the EEG.
yeah. I went and I stayed in the hospital from like 8 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. and they said they had everything they needed. And I left, and that's when I was called with the diagnosis. Yeah. Yeah. Should this person be concerned is the question.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
They can't fully know until they get the test done.
Yeah.
I wouldn't drive till I got the test done.
100%.
Ooh.
Um, I just started Keppra for seizures. Not sure why I get them yet, but I'm also a stoner. Just wondering if I can still smoke while being on medication. Weed has
Mm-mm.
actually been helping my mood issues from Keppra. I wanted to add that I've been smoking cannabis since before I got seizures. Secondly, I didn't smoke day of the seizure, so I kind of doubt I would have caused it. Thirdly, I only smoke indica and anxiety, which is also happens to be higher in CBD. Lastly, I only smoke carts for efficiency. I know it's dumb, but the one I currently own is 79%. Could weed be a problem with the medication? Is the question. It
That
could
is
be.
something to ask your doctor. You always be upfront with your doctor about your usage because that depends what medications they put you on sometimes. I think, maybe. I'm not a doctor. That's why you need to bring it up with them.
Yeah.
My doctor knows.
And my doctor knows too.
Ooh.
Yeah. He always says, "You need help getting a program?" And I was like, "Program?" And he's like, "Yeah, do you want to stop smoking weed?" And I'm like, "Oh, no." He's like, "All right." But he did ask. So he can't say he didn't ask.
You see, mine just asks and it's in my chart and that's it.
Yeah. He's always like, "You still smoke? Do you want to stop? Do you need help?" And every time it's like,
Do I
"No,
need help getting a medical marijuana card? Yeah, sure.
need help stopping," is
That's
what
what
he
you need to
means.
ask him. You're in Cali. There's medical there.
Ooh.
It's not it is here, but it's a whole process. Like going to the doctor and stuff to see a doctor, and I can just go to the dispensary and don't have to go to the doctor first.
Yeah, but think of the discounts.
I'm here, by the way, but my microphone was muted. But I'm
Oh,
Here's
gross.
our
I'm
expert.
I'm walking through the grocery store too, so that's always fun.
um,
Expert Chip, please explain.
You know, the first seizure I had, and I know I've talked about this before, but it's worth talking about every time. So I was on vacation, and my wife and I were massively stoned the entire time. You know, huge amounts of pot because it's vacation. Then I got up on Monday after we binged 1,000,000 pounds of pot, and I drove to work having nothing. And then I had my first TC ever about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got there. So I 100% think that just like anything else, you can't just stop taking pot. You have to actually titrate down like everybody else does on every other medicine. So, uh, yeah, that's my thoughts. And I'm getting bananas. I know that's not relevant, but it, it's
It is if
relevant
you're
to.
making banana pudding. For,
Or
No,
banana bread.
we've been enjoying just eating bananas. My son makes protein shakes with them and stuff too. So I'm happy that I could share my grocery shopping experience with everybody.
I'm glad we could hear it.
I'm glad to be a part of the session. And can you get
Yeah.
some butter?
Actually, that's not on the list, but I actually
Mm,
do need butter. So, but
nice.
the worst part is I'm not going to remember that. And like, what do I need?
You're going to check the list and always leave something anyway.
He'll be
You
That's
back
know,
always
tomorrow.
how it is.
I made a list and it's literally sitting here in front of me on my phone, and I know I'm going to forget at least two or three things, even though the list is sitting right in front of me on my phone.
Oh yeah,
So,
it can be on your phone. Uh, this is how me and my mom do it. It's on both our phones. It's a shared document, so both of us can edit it. And somehow, if it's just me and my dad, we will still get something on the list. There's been times when we've forgotten half the list.
the best part is when you literally go to the store for milk, and this actually happens to me about a week or two ago. The only reason I really went to the store was to get milk. And then I left with like $300 worth of groceries and no
And
milk.
no milk.
There's none.
I have
None at
done that.
all.
I have done that.
Uh, as for my favorite vacation, which was the icebreaker. Now, does it have to be a good or a bad one, or
Most
does it not?
memorable.
Most
Memorable.
memorable. So, when I was working with I think it had to be one of my first jobs. I was a recruiter for IT people, and it was like an office with like 8 people or 10 people. I can't remember how many. And uh, And every year, as a huge tax write-off, they went somewhere on vacation. So the year I worked there, and I sold only one person, which I love how you say that. We went to the Bahamas. You ever know how all my stories are long? So anyway, so we went to the Bahamas, and I've never been out of the country before. I still haven't ever since then. So the first or second night we were there was the Mike Tyson Larry Holmes fight. And Tyson's going to kill Holmes. There's no doubt about it because, it's Tyson. But I figured I'd put like 20 or 30 bucks down on Holmes because why not? And of course, Holmes won. And that was wonderful because I won a ton of money. But then I gave it back in the casino. In the casino, which is the first interesting part, was Lawrence Taylor and his entourage of humongous bodyguards, which was really cool. Now, I didn't go up to him and say anything, so I'm not going to go up to some dude and be like, hey, a million people have bothered you today, but let me bother you too. So it was pretty cool to see him. The second one is an unbelievable story that I think about on occasion, but it blows my mind every time I think about it. Since I was single and this other dude was single, they made us room together in the Bahamas. Whatever, I don't care. So I walk in the room after playing in the casino for a while, and the guy I'm roommating with is standing in there with another guy snorting coke off a mirror. And
Oh
I'm
dear.
like, so the
Did
guy
you
gets
join?
up. I'm sorry, nah, I've never
No,
done that
this
in my
is
life.
Chip, not Jeff.
Too,
I'm
it's
just
it's
kidding.
it's too addictive to do that. So
Yeah.
so he's doing coke in the room with this other humongous guy. And the guy freaks out and he stands up and he starts screaming at me that I have to be a narc and that he's going to kill me. And he pulls a gun out.
Oh,
And
Oh
I'm like,
no.
and he's like, you got it. If you don't snort coke right now, you're a narc, and I'm gonna kill you. And I'm like, I'm not gonna smoke. I'm not gonna snort coke, but I will smoke some pot if you want. And the situation got diffused, and that was that. But that was absolutely crazy insane. But yeah, that
yeah,
was probably my most memorable vacation. So
Yeah, definitely say that's memorable.
yeah.
can I
Uh,
get a pound of boar's head oven gold turkey? I'm sorry?
oh yeah,
Oven gold. Yeah.
he's head of the line
Yes,
now.
please. Yeah, we're getting boar's head oven gold turkey breast. And then my son asked me if I can get him some roast beef. So he sucks me in. Anything he wants, I get for him. So anyway,
Okay.
yeah, it was my most memorable vacation. I've had a few, but that was the most memorable. And I didn't even say the one where I had my first seizure. That's kind of interesting.
If you have time, I'm here for it.
Oh, I was saying that was a vacation. I woke up after my first seizure at work, but that wasn't my most memorable one though. Now, what
Mm.
kind of roast beef do they have here? This is fun. Anyway, I'll be quiet now. Oh, look, he's my
Uh,
son texted me a text, sent me a text asking me how shopping was.
Making sure you got
Uh,
everything. Luckily, he texts you while you're still there. Um, gotta
you
good.
say
remind
I'm
you.
still here. Do
Oh,
we need anything?
thank you. No, he
Don't
texted
forget
me
the
his
butter.
list already. Yeah,
Mhm.
he texted me his list already, which is fun.
Are
Let's
you
see.
eating a string cheese? You're not stringing it?
I don't string it either. It
You
seems like
guys
a
are so
child. That's what the
weird.
children do. I just want to
No,
eat it.
but my son doesn't. Yeah, that's how you do it.
Then I got to
it
figure out how to cram this big long piece in my mouth.
all right.
And
Uh,
But
can
the
I get a
texture's
half a
so
pound
much
of
better.
roast beef? I'm not sure which one, just a regular non-spiced roast beef.
definitely. I'm gonna mute you though.
Boar's head work.
Yeah. Um. Oh yeah, you guys are up there. Is
I'm slowly realizing that I am one of the weird ones.
come again?
I'm slowly realizing that I am one of the weird ones. I thought it
Why?
was
One of
just a
the
weird quirk that Jeffrey picked up from his siblings who picked it up from their dad. He picked it up, I don't know where, to eat string cheese as not string. Now
It
I'm
doesn't ever
home.
string out right.
Yeah, I hate those ones where it just winds off into other ones. Yeah, I just try to just eat the cheese. It's a whole lot of work to do that toaster. Not a whole lot, but it's just I can get done with the cheese already.
Okay.
I do it sometimes, but
I don't.
I'm at the point now where I don't want to fight with it, so I just eat it.
I can accept that. Though I will admit I haven't had that type of string cheese since Patches.
I always keep them in the fridge just because it's a good, like, grab and go snack that's
Oh, I keep
somewhat
them for
good for you.
Jeffrey.
I haven't had string cheese in a year. I
And
wasn't
every
living
once in a
here.
while I'll take some and I'll put it on a plate and I'll just melt it.
Hmm.
But that would be good.
Yeah, it is.
I got some of the comments here from the smoking weed on medication.
Oh,
Uh,
yes.
this one says, well, there's a lot of comments. I'll just read them. One says, 2 years deep on Keppra, and I smoke daily. Never noticed a correlation between the weed use and my seizures. Some science suggests going cold turkey, if you're a heavy user, might increase seizure activity. From my experience in here and epilepsy sub, it's a case by case thing. That's what I think too. Another comment here says, while I am not on Keppra anymore, turns B into a zombie. Okay, B's not next to M, but turns B next to zombie. I am on Lamictal for seizures since a stroke and do cannabis and have yet to have an issue in 6 years. Another comment here says definitely depends on the person. I was on Keppra for 7 years and smoking weed caused intense seizures and hallucinations for me. Stay safe. Ooh. You guys ever had hallucinations on weed? I have not. Uh,
I mean,
another comment.
I've written some pretty damn good stories, but if I do say so myself,
Best thoughts
that's
come when you're high?
but not hallucinations.
Me either. Uh, I probably stopped
I don't
smoking
think I
weed.
have.
Yeah, there we go. Not that I remember.
If it made me hallucinate that bad, I'd have to step back and reevaluate. I got some more comments here. One says, I smoke it every day. I take 1,000 milligrams in the morning and 1,000 milligrams at night. It's case by case basis. Another one says, I'm a daily smoker and I've been on Keppra for 2 years with not too many issues. Keppra has caused me some severe depression and when my dose increased, but never made a huge difference. Another comment here says, are we the same person? Because I smoked before I had seizures and my first one happened at work and never smoke at work. And I take Keppra 1,500 milligrams and smoke every day when I don't work nights. I told my neurologist I smoke to help with the anxiety and the insomnia. Only thing I can say is let your doctor know you smoke. That's what Toaster said.
Definitely let your doctor know.
Couple more comments. One says, sounds like my story. I quit concentrates and watch the THC levels when you dispose, and I have no issues so far. Were you saying something, Andrea?
I don't remember what it was.
Um,
Oh, I know what it was. I hate it when the doctors ask, and then they ask you how much you smoke. Like, I don't know. I smoke every day when I want to, and they always just put daily at this point because I can't tell them how much I smoke every day. It's not like with cigarettes where you can just say I smoke a pack a day or whatever.
yeah, that's what it's like with my doctor. It's like, do you smoke? I'm like, I don't smoke cigarettes. And he's like,
That's what I always say too.
and then he's like, he's always asking, do you want to quit? No. If you need help, just let me know. We got programs here. I'm like, nope. We can find the closest one to you. No. Uh, they make it convenient. They're close to you, not programs all far out. But I was just like, no, I'm just not looking to stop at the moment. But thank you. Uh, some more comments here. One says whether cannabis is a correlated with a lower seizure threshold is person by person and depends on how well your body can absorb THC. As far as I know, I could be wrong. I was on Keppra for a year, smoked. My neurologist was aware and explained that it wasn't a problem to her. Yeah, see, most neurologists don't have a problem. And a couple more. One says, my doc told me not to smoke. I don't smoke anyway. So I don't care. Please ask your doc. If she says it's okay, I suggest getting an RX for it so it's clean. Vitamin B supplements are great for Keppra. And
By
the
the way,
last comment. Go ahead, Chip.
I was gonna say I just passed the mozzarella cheese sticks or the string cheese. So
Did you get
I
some?
figured, no, I did not. I think we have some
Did
at home, but I'm not a big string cheese fan. So
I
Did
used
you
to
get the
share them
butter?
with my dog Patches.
I haven't gotten there yet. I'm sorry. I have not gotten the butter, but I'm going there next. It's right next to
That's
the
good.
eggs.
Just don't forget.
Do you need eggs?
I do need eggs because my kids
Perfect.
keep making them.
Maybe that's what I'll
Oh.
have for dinner. I've been sitting here trying to figure out what can I make tonight. I have a lot of eggs. I
We
can make
had
eggs.
we had egg sandwiches for lunch and they were delicious.
I used to make egg sandwiches all the time.
When you said eggs, it reminded me of this one guy. I forgot his name, but it was on a show. Um, he would have a little pan and he would make an egg. He'd make it an omelet every day. It would just be a pan. He'd cut it in half and he'd throw the other half in the garbage because he was single. But that's what that reminded me of. And you was like, I'll make me an egg. Um, you might know that guy. You definitely know who this guy is. Um, he's on the show named Murder in the Building.
Oh yeah, I know. I haven't seen that, but I've heard of that.
We're gonna ask Siri, but
Steve Martin, Martin Short.
there we go. That guy is hilarious. I just start watching that show and binged it. But
Which one? Steve Martin or Martin Short?
I was gonna say the one with the white hair, but that's kind of
That, that's
It's
Steve Martin.
okay. There we go. Yeah, he's pretty funny. And them together is even funnier. Check it out on
Yeah.
HBO. Um,
And I have officially got the butter, so we're all
All
good.
right. Success.
Let's see.
um,
My son wanted onions, tomatoes, garlic, pasta, heavy cream, ground beef, cheese, seltzer, deli foods, and roast beef.
Can I come eat
Cool.
at your house?
Sure. Come on. You just need to come to Washington. And so I
I
went
would
to
love to.
Wa
It's hot as hell
Washington's
here.
the
I would love
best.
to. I've been there
Oh,
once.
it's broiling here. It's like 80 degrees outside. Way too hot.
I'm checking for
boys,
you.
But the
80
I
degrees and you're boiling?
right?
it's too hot, man. So
It is 101 with a heat index of 107 here. I don't think I've left my house in 3 days.
oh,
it's
going this way.
94 here, but only because it's been
I'm
raining.
sorry. Oh,
It's 82 here, and
thank you
I'm
so
glad
much. I
of that
appreciate that.
because the past 3 weeks it's been 102 plus degrees, and then it
Yeah,
rained
all that's
overnight.
here now.
Yeah, so like it rained overnight, just like really hard rain, and
Oh, I
then
really appreciate it. Thank you.
it's been
Then
below
my kids will eat it.
90s. I mean below 100, which has been good. But I got something here, and it says, "How do you cope with this? I'm on mobile and have had a rough night. Apologies for however the format is. However, how do you guys cope with this? I'm very, very new to this all and had my first seizure December 6th, 2025, and still have little answers to cope with. I'm currently in diagnosis limbo. I'm on topiramate as a trial until further EEG tests, but I've been given a, in quote, we think it could be epilepsy, but aren't sure stamp, and given no resources or help or anything. I had such a bad cluster last night. I genuinely was so scared in small moments. I do remember between them, and I don't know how to cope with the fear and uncertainty around all this. The last seizure I had before last night was in public, and I had to be taken to the hospital by ambulance. And I've been terrified of that happening ever since. Any advice on how to cope or reassurance or anything would be appreciated. I just need something to know I'm not alone in this.
Come here.
Yeah. That's how I cope. Be around other people with epilepsy. You can just kick your shoes off and let go.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to talk to people that actually understand what you're going through. And you learn so much from other people and their experiences.
I don't know what made me think of.
I would add on to that and say that, yeah, I mean, definitely speak to people that have experienced, as in like our group, for example, because it can be a very lonely world out there, especially when it's new.
Yes.
Definitely. Uh, I was in high school, luckily, when it was new. I wasn't that depressed. I had to keep on moving because I was having seizures during classes. Luckily, they keep letting me go to school because uh, I know some people they left school because they had so many seizures. Um, but me, how did I cope? Coping now because coping back then, I was just doing dumb stuff as a kid and ignoring it. Coping as an adult, um, come here. I'm really not coping. I'm just uh, I'm here. I don't exactly know what to say. Uh,
You have to adjust your life. It's never going to be the same again. You have to make, acceptance and one foot
big
in front of the
changes.
other.
Hmm. Yeah. Um, Toaster, how do
Have
you
to
cope?
find have to find a new normal
Yeah.
because the normal that you knew is not going to be the normal of probably the next few years at least.
And it's a slow process usually too, trying to get meds figured out, all that kind of stuff. They're not going to just be able to give you a pill and everything's all better. It doesn't work like that.
Mm.
You can go through multiple med trials and all kinds of stuff. But it finally settles and you get used to your new life.
Your
What
new
I
restrictions.
what I found interesting was they're on pyramid as a first med. Um, Usually first med, the really are like Keppra and Dilantin that I've heard of, and someone, yeah, Keppra I've heard of, and Dilantin. You guys start with the pyramid. Depends on what this person is having, what kind of seizures they're having, right?
Yeah, could be. I mean, I was on topiramate at one point in time, but that was before I even had seizures because for my back problems. That was one of the
Oh,
meds I was on. That's the kind
mm,
of stuff that makes me wonder if I would have had seizures before because I was on like gabapentin, I was on topiramate, some of those other things that are prescribed for like nerve pain and stuff. I was on that for years because of my back. And then I got
mm.
off of all of those meds. And then, like a year later, I started having seizures.
That's interesting to think about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Mm. I um I wonder if it's like, because I had a seizure when I was 5, so way back when. Um, and then I got diagnosed with epilepsy when I had a seizure at 16. So I wonder if it's just like I had epilepsy there and it was just waiting for a time to break out and start making a problem. Um, because I did take some Benadryl and learning now that you aren't supposed to take Benadryl. Uh, that was 20 years ago. So I was taking that on a regular um, because we had fleas at one point in time and had allergic reaction. So yeah, then I started hallucinating and I started chasing the dog. Um, and the dog was not running, actually. The dog was not even in the house. Um, so, yeah, I got off of that. And they assumed someone said I tried to overdose. So they thought it might be that. They tried to pump my stomach. They got nothing. Uh, yeah, they made me eat charcoal. It was disgusting. Uh,
I've seen that before. It is disgusting.
yeah, come to find out, it was just the Benadryl doing what Benadryl does to epileptics. And that's why I feel like I could have lasted longer, maybe if I never took that Benadryl and got the epilepsy later in life, but who's to know? Um,
Yeah.
hey, Chip, I got a good question for you. How do you cope?
I can answer for him.
He smokes pot.
There you go. You got it.
uh,
And it seems like he cooks a lot of really good food too.
Yeah.
yeah. So
He
got
makes
it.
the most out of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
all you
I'm
can do.
still I'm still muted. My phone keeps muting me. I look down, I say something, and I'm like, nobody hears me. And then I look and I'm like, oh, my phone's muted. That's why no one hears me. Uh, I don't know. It sucks. But the way I honestly cope with it is when I get stir crazy, I go for walks and take pictures of stuff and go eat out. Because while I have all this wonderful food in the house, I'm the one who has to make all the wonderful food in the house. So it kind of sucks. So, I mean, honestly, that's one of the main reasons why I go out is because I'm going to go out and have somebody else cook for me. I'm going to have somebody else clean what I eat, the food that's made. And I get 45 minutes an hour each way, depending on how slow I walk. So honestly, that's how I cope with it. And I guess the other thing is that I know my job so well that I don't have to stress about anything. So, I go in there and I do anything. And the best part is I could talk to the CIO of the company if I wanted to, stoned off my ass, and nobody could tell. So it's nice. There definitely are benefits. But I also, how do I cope? I talk to you guys and I realize that people have it a lot worse than I have it. So, while that's not good for everybody else, I'm like, yeah, people have a lot more stuff going on than I do. So I don't know if that answered the question. I'm
That
looking
does.
at chicken and cheese taquitos. That sounds
Mm,
good. And then I'm going to get in line and pay for this $5 million worth of stuff.
mm,
And then I'm going to tell my son to come pick me up. I'm in line.
You might want to go tell him pick you up. That way
mhm.
by the time you're done in line, he's there.
Oh, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
But thank you. Yeah, I'm in line. I'm at Fred Meyer and I love you. That was the message. But he should love me because he has my car. I pay for his insurance. Now that he's unemployed, I pay for his gas and stuff.
Yeah, you got a
All he
personal
has,
driver now.
personal Uber driver.
He really is. It's nice. Oh, now I have to check out, and then I have to cry when the total comes up. So,
Okay, for now, I got some comments here for the coping mechanisms. It says if you find a med that helps or even controls it, it'll get a bit easier. For me, there was no coping. I had to make peace. Easier said than done. Right. Another comment here says try to accept it, whatever it may be. I experienced at a point in my life when I didn't want to leave the house because of my epilepsy, but you can't live in fear of what might happen. If you do, then you'll miss out on the good things. Right. One more comment says, to be honest, I can't really cope yet because I've always had epilepsy and thought I would grow out of mine. And I started having them around 18 months old. They came back a month before I was turning 18, and I was waiting to get my driver's license and still can't because I'm 6 months. Oh, because I'm not 6 months seizure free here in Georgia. So I can't get them, but the only way I've really gotten through it has been really just staying to myself and really smoking a lot of weed to not get so depressed about it because it's hard being a man with no driver's license. Mm.
As opposed to being a woman with no traffic. Anyway, I
I was
love when
just thinking
people
that,
talk.
but
That's not, honestly, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, they even get to vote these days. Can you believe? I mean, come on. That's hilarious to
Yeah,
point
but
that
we're
out.
working on that. No worries.
Oh yeah, we'll take that away. It's not a problem at all. I love people. They're so fun. Yeah,
um,
that is a really interesting comment. Anyway, go on.
that was the last comment. If you had comments on that comment,
I think it's funny that they pointed out that Mal comment.
yeah, I was thinking
After
about
that,
it too.
I have no comment.
Okay, cool.
So
Because I was thinking
delicious,
the same
or
thing. You just said it out loud first. uh,
yeah, that's kind of weird. Anyway, as long as we all enjoy life, right?
Exactly.
right. Um, yeah. So I got something here. Someone asking for advice, and they're saying, "I want to give up. I haven't been more than a week seizure free in months. I was supposed to get the whole morning to work while my partner takes the kid out, but my brain decided to F up instead. I'm done. I can hardly function. I have so little independence. I'm so tired. Just need advice. Don't give up. It gets better with time. It's hard to say now, but in the beginning of mine, it it was bad. I just ignored it because I was a teen and which didn't help. I was still having seizures. Just take your meds. Wish I could have told myself that. Take your meds as prescribed, um, as it says on the bottle. And once I start doing that, look at me now. Um, yeah, I suggest taking your meds and wait it out. You never know how better it can get, but it will get worse before it gets better. I will say that it got worse, way worse before it got better.
It doesn't get worse for everybody.
Yeah, so taking medication. Yeah.
Follow doctor's orders and keep putting one foot in front of the other.
Poster, any advice? Gotcha. Um, Someone said the non-epileptics don't fully understand the need for rest. The sleep is a major necessity. I'm on vacation and it's sad to miss out on events because at this point, I know I need to stay in and lay down. My body is tired and I'm running on little sleep. Telling my family, sorry, I'm not coming out tonight, and staying in to sleep is the right decision. It's just hard to make. It's just hard to make sometimes. I guess I'm just asking because I'm looking for reassurance that it's the right thing I did, even if they don't get it. Even if they don't get it, I think you know best. Know your body. Yeah, you did the right thing. If you don't feel like going out, maybe you stopped a seizure from happening from not going out when you body told you don't.
Sleep is very important.
Your head
Hello.
is getting to the point where you feel like you need to
Ah,
lay
yes,
down
please.
before it takes you down.
I
I'm
can't
sorry?
hear you,
Lay down.
Toaster. Oh.
Nah.
I said, if you feel like your head's about to, if you feel like you need to lay down before your head takes you down, go lay down.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm trying to steal this. I have this,
Um,
and I
Toaster.
have this.
There you go. Uh, yeah, I feel you. The non-epileptics won't understand. They might even not even believe that you need sleep. They might even say you're lying because you don't want to do stuff. But if you can prevent a seizure by not doing something, then you could ignore family. Know your body. Know what's best for you. Uh, couple comments here says one says I got called lazy all the time because I take naps and sleep in. It's super frustrating when people don't get into consideration the requirement for sleep and how much the medication is effect on all of us. Another comment here says, yeah, even with my epilepsy controlled by meds, missing sleep makes me feel awful to the point that it's genuinely difficult to function. I need all 8 hours of sleep.
Only 8? I applaud them. Sorry.
Right. Go ahead. Uh, I need opinions on their opinions sometimes. One comment here says, I went to Seattle for my kid's birthday. Unfortunately, it was so hot and I didn't sleep well. And all of a sudden, I missed a day because of an aura that wiped me out. Miserable. Another comment here says, sleep. It's just the best thing for you. These comments are interesting. Another comment says, I go out one day and I legit need a whole new day to recover. I get tired so fast. You guys ever get that tired that you need a day to recover just from going outside? I have not.
Depend
Well,
depends on
depends
what I
on what I
do.
did. Yeah, depends on what I did. Um, like when I went to see The Weekend, the next day I needed to rest. Uh, when I first got home and I laid down, there was just ears ringing for the next 2 hours. Uh, you never notice until you're in the quiet and hear nothing but ringing. And
That's probably
yeah,
why I always have music playing, because my ears ring all the time.
mm, okay. My ears ring too, but I never thought listen to music. Actually, I'm usually listening to you guys talking while I'm editing a video.
I
So it's
gotta
like
have
doing
some
this.
kind of background noise.
I usually have Radio Margaritaville.
Listening to some Leonard Skinner at the moment.
Mm, okay.
Right now, it's some Bob Marley.
Mm.
Maybe it's the son, Ziggy. They kind of sound the
Uh,
same.
got something here that says boyfriend having a 48-hour EEG. My boyfriend with epilepsy is having a 48-hour EEG, and the doctor said that they want someone to stay with them. How long do you think I'll have to stay? Do I have to stay the whole time? Uh, do I have to stay the whole time, or can I just stay the daytime? Um,
Did it say if they're doing an ambulatory at home or if they're in a hospital?
it was really vague. Uh, their question was basically, "Do you have to stay the whole time?" I wouldn't know. I wouldn't. I wasn't the person who had to stay. I wasn't
It's
told if I
Right.
had to stay
it, it's
the whole
dependent
time.
on the hospital. I know that Duke, I was required to have someone stay with me, but if I couldn't get anyone, they did, I think, have a list of volunteers of people who could stay with you. And I
They wanted you
also
to just let some rando stranger stay with you?
to get the test done.
But
How much
I don't think I
are
would.
you? It was more of a how much are you willing to? You can either get someone
mm,
if you want
I
this
didn't.
test done. But anyway, I had my mom. It was fine, but she was allowed out like for a little bit each day if she wanted to go like get
Go
go
get
to the
groceries or
Panera.
something.
Yeah, go to the Panera across the street or something.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They never they never told me I had to have anyone with me.
Me either. I called my mom only because I guess I wanted to. Yeah. Otherwise, I just called my mom and ended up leaving the next day. So yeah. Um, to the 48-hour EEG. Someone says bring a long charging cable and some snacks. Another one says my hospital had a chair thingy they pulled out from the bed for the family members. I didn't try it, obviously, since I was in my own bed. The must stay family members is the first time hearing that.
Yeah, I know my first EMU say my partner would come up and spend all day and then go home and sleep and then come back the next morning, which was really nice because he brought me good coffee every day. Um,
The morning.
right. But then the last two I did, one at the hospital, basically my son dropped me off and went home and then came back and picked me up and I left. I was there by myself the whole time, and I was pretty much by myself for the ambulatory too, that they did here in the house. I'd have
The
visitors, but
ambulatory. I was alone. I had to stay within sight of the cameras 80% of the time, but
that's how mine was too.
I guess it's just different for each hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. I got something here and it says uh Chip will start video later. Okay. Um One post here says, having a terrible day. Keep going through auras, bad smells, deja vu, vomiting. It's just really hitting me hard. Feels like everything I see is a memory from a dream. Taking meds, I still have it happening. Been on short-term disability since my license was revoked temporarily. How long after a day like this should I wait to drive again? My license is being reinstated this week. Uh,
Don't drive. If you're having seizures, your license is probably actually not, shouldn't be getting reinstated.
right. They're probably only pointing out TCs and thinking that's a reason not to tell a doctor. If you're having auras, that's a reason not to drive. You can have an aura while driving. You never know. Um, yeah, because my auras, I wanted to run. And if you're driving, can't exactly run from that situation because you're in the car. And if you're on the freeway, you can't just get out. Uh, yeah. Toaster, any advice?
Stay away from the vehicle.
I'll go
You
to
could
these.
not only hurt yourself, you could hurt someone else. You could hurt a 4-year-old boy and give him epilepsy. Don't do it.
Right. I'll read the comments here. One says, "Oh, I'm sorry you're having that kind of day. Try to stay at home. Try to stay in bed as much as you can, and I wouldn't drive until you feel solid. Hang in there." Another comment here says, whenever you go through symptoms like these, I just stop what I'm doing, lay in bed, and just rest with pain meds. I don't drive during, not worth the risk. Sometimes I recover quickly. Sometimes it can take 1 to 2 weeks. Last episode, I smelled death all over. I find water makes me feel worse, so I drink juice instead. Another comment here says that deja vu dream memory thing is so unsettling. Makes you feel like you're not even in your own body. I'd give it a solid 48 hours after the last aura before even thinking about driving again. Your brain needs time to settle back into baseline meds or not. People had some different advice than us. I just decided you shouldn't drive. Yeah, I think you should tell the doctor that you're having auras, uh, 'cause auras are
It's kind of
seizures.
it's kind of terrifying. There's so many people are like, wait 48 hours or wait till your brain feels solid again. That's not enough.
Right. Even someone else said 2 weeks.
Yeah. Your brain could feel solid right up until you feel the aura
Right. Mm.
while you're driving. All it
And that
takes
could
is
turn
an
into
instant.
and it could turn into a TC too.
Mm. Um, got something here. It says, anyone have a partner in things just because could not imagine exposing a tonic clonic during a family event. Mm. Seriously, my partner for 4 years finally ended things with me and tell me that one of the biggest reasons was that she was afraid her daughters, elementary at the time, would see one, afraid of what would happen in a bed situation. Just don't want to keep up with it anymore. Other aspects, of course, but my seizures being one of the big points. Don't know where to go from here. You're good out of the relationship. Don't stress for it. Because yeah, if the person can't deal with you now, that's the long term isn't going to get better.
That's what I
I
was just
think
thinking. It's they're probably better off that they found out now rather than later.
yeah, 4 years to deal with it and then want to give up. Mm.
It's very sad, but unfortunately, um, I agree with you. Like I agree with you guys, in what you're saying. Some people, I guess, only show like things later down the line, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's obviously not an easy thing to have to deal with.
yeah. To just wait all that time, 4 years, and then we're just going to give up. That one is hard, but it's better now than never. Just like they say, rip the band-aid off, leave. Because if you don't, you could also build resentment because you're just hating a person and not doing anything about it. Then one day you're going to finally explode and could be worse. Um, anything, Toaster?
Small grudges build until they're boulders.
Until they just explode, like I was saying. Yeah. I'll read the comments here. Someone says, well, sometimes the trash takes itself out. That's all I can say. Another comment here says, sorry about that, mate. I hope I hope your heart heals. Another comment here says, sorry to hear about that. That's very rude. Better not be with someone who doesn't mind to hurt you that hard. Courage to you. Another comment says, no offense to anyone here, but reading these comments really makes me appreciate my wife and how she's handled all this the past few years. I just developed epilepsy after a stroke. All that much more. Hmm. Congratulations on your relationship. Another comment here says, you caught a lucky break there. there are the type of people who become abusive. I'm sorry, you deserve better. Uh, uh. Another comment. I'm going to keep reading these. Another one says, after 4 years, are you sure she's being totally honest? Because that doesn't pass the smell test for me. Another says, after my diagnosis, my boyfriend of almost 5 years ended things. He had other shit going on, and I don't know what happened, but I feel like my new diagnosis definitely played into things. One last comment here says, Lord, that's rough. Do you think you can remain with close friends while can you remain close friends while you continue your journey towards more control? She becomes more comfortable around your events, and then the kids grow up. That one got some down votes, and I don't agree with it either. Um, I was gonna say you guys ever been left for that reason, but anyhow, you guys ever had gelastic seizures? Um,
I'm not
yeah,
Not
sure I
about.
even remember what that is.
drop seizures, I believe.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Um,
Nope.
I'll look it up to be 100% sure.
I haven't heard of the term.
Oh no, gelastic is, I'm sorry. It's actually called a laughing seizure. Um,
I haven't had
atonic.
those either.
Atonic is drop seizures. Um, a rare type of focal seizure that causes sudden uncontrollable burst of laughter or giggling. The person does not feel happy or amused. Instead, the laughter sounds hollow or forced, lasting a few seconds up to a minute. I just found out there was crying seizures as well. Not that I cry often, but it's something to keep an eye out for. Do you guys cry often?
Oh, yes.
Could it be
Yeah.
seizures?
During
No.
No.
You don't think it's a seizure?
I'm quite sure tearing up while watching Ted Lasso is not a seizure.
Uh, understood. Yeah, I tear up while watching TV randomly. Some stuff I'm like, why am I crying? Why are there tears going down my face?
You know what? I
Um,
don't care. I will blubber.
sometimes it's not necessary, like you said, watching Ted Lasso. Sometimes it's some show, random show, and it's not even a crying moment. Sometimes somebody succeeds in something, and I'm like, why am I crying? They won. Um,
Oh, no, no, that's some of the parts you do cry over.
yeah, sometimes it's
This
like,
it's a release of the emotion, energy, tension that's been building, and then they win.
yeah, sometimes I point it out, and I'm like, why am I crying? Um, just weird moments, you know. Like I said, sometimes it could be a successful moment, and I don't know what gets over me, and tears run down my face.
It's just
Um,
a surge of emotion.
yeah, it wasn't a sad emotion though. Like I said, I didn't understand like they
It doesn't
won,
have
so
to be sad. Okay,
mm.
sorry. Uh, Don't be offended by this, Alex. Pookie, this is probably because you're male that you don't understand this.
Gotcha, understandable.
Tears are just an emotional expression.
Thanks
I,
for letting me know
I,
that.
I hear you.
Say again?
No, I hear you as in like I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of girls get it like that. And sometimes men just like, wait, what?
Oh man. Got something else here. It says a question about triggers for epilepsy. Hi, I hope I don't mind me asking a question. I have OCD for around 4 years, and one of my biggest themes is an overwhelming fear of accidentally harming other people. For the past few years, I've wanted to run an editing account for TV shows and characters because I genuinely love making edits. The problem is that my OCD convinces me that one of my videos could accidentally trigger a seizure in someone with epilepsy. I have absolutely no intention of posting anything with flashing lights or obvious flashing effects, and I'd check my edits carefully before uploading them. But my OCD makes me worse that there could be something hidden or subtle that I missed, like a transition or an effect I didn't realize could be a problem and that someone could have a seizure because of it. Because of that, I've never been able to post any of my edits, even though it's something I've wanted to do for years now. I guess I just wanted to ask, so if I watch so if I watch a video, I edit it and there's no obvious flashing lights or making me blink, is that video fine? I'm paranoid I'll miss some effect in the video or accidentally post it. I see a lot of edits on social media, don't even have trigger warnings, and they have a lot of effects. Their question here is um, one to ask if I edit it, there's no obvious flashing that makes me blink. Is the video fine? Just because it doesn't blink doesn't mean it's fine. Some are photosensitive, some are not. Some are more than others. Um,
Yeah, you can't predict what's going to affect any one person at any random time. But I mean, as long as you're avoiding the obvious stuff, I would think. But also keep in mind that a small number of epileptic people are actually photosensitive.
yeah, very small percentage. Um, so yeah, that you don't have to worry about. And what I was going to say, you can put like in the corner before it comes on that seizure warning. This has lights, and yeah, if you do that, anybody who watches it that has seizures and they were warned is not your fault anymore. Um, yeah, make your videos. Do what you want to do. You've been doing this for 4 years, been waiting to do it, but you think about somebody with epilepsy. Thanks for thinking about people with epilepsy, but do what you
Definitely.
want to do. Don't stop because of anyone with epilepsy. Put a disclaimer, effects will show and you might have a seizure, possible seizure, something. And there you go. Don't feel bad. Toaster, any thoughts on
There
that?
are, if there are flashing lights, um, sometimes I don't know the terms. Something I want to call it Z fighting, but I don't know if that's right when it comes to like parts of pictures won't stabilize as it's moving across the screen.
Mm, say that one more
But
time.
I think that's more for games.
Um,
I don't know what I'm talking about. As long as there's nothing major, I don't think you have to worry about. And probably if there is something, someone will tell you beforehand.
yeah, just to make this person feel better, I was gonna say just put the warning. Seizures may happen. There's a lot of lights, and like I said, anything after that is someone who's seen it and ignored it. And yeah, I made a video when I went to the weekend concert. before the video, it says this may cause a seizure. There is bright lights, there is lasers. And I posted it, and then people put a bunch of comments on, you should have told us. And I'm like, in the video, big, before any lights, whole minute, there was just words going across the screen, not me saying it, but saying, do not watch it. There's going to be lights and stuff. Someone even said it made them have a focal. So yeah, I took it down, but I told them. Some people said it didn't bother them, but I still took it down. Yeah. And it was a great concert, and I got to be there. It was dope. Uh, yeah. One comment here says photosensitive epilepsy is pretty rare, my dude. Another comment here says photosensitivity is probably the most common trigger in epilepsy. However, oh, photosensitivity is probably the most common trigger in epilepsy.
No.
No.
I'm just reading the comments, you
Stress
guys.
is. Okay,
I'm just reading.
misinformation though.
Yeah, it says, however, it depends on the individual. Some people have multiple seizures a day, while some people have a seizure once every several years, such as myself. And that person got some downvotes because it's in the negatives because of that comment. No, not good
Probably because
advice,
they
like
don't know what they're
Twister said.
talking about.
Right. Another comment here says photosensitivity is rare as far as I know, only 5% or so. And moreover, there are so many more types of seizures that can be triggered by so many things that even I don't even know what to say, really. My son's seizures that can be triggered by so many things that I don't even know what to say sometimes. My son sometimes had seizures when watching YouTube, but really, I think the videos were not the trigger as they were before sleep. When he was tired, lack of sleep, stress are some of the biggest triggers. Yeah, I'm with that person. Stress, but lights got to be in that 5 percentile, she said. And I think it's less than that. I've heard before,
I
but
think it's 3.
yeah, okay. I've heard 3 quite a few times, but this person said 5. Anyhow, Toaster knows best. I'm just kidding. Um, anyhow, one last comment says, aside from the obvious rapid flashes and multiple quick transitions, especially rapidly from dark to light, the videos where the person is obviously trying to avoid a copyright issue by having the show or movie have the glitching effect bother me. I don't think it would trigger a seizure immediately for most people, and I scroll right past it. But most people with this issue probably know their own limits and won't watch something that might harm them. There are people that ignore those and still watch it and still have a seizure. Uh, any of you guys ever taken Briviact?
Sounds familiar.
Okay. Got something here that says, I need your help, please. Quick background. I've had seizures now for 6 years. First was in the end of 2019. Second was in 2021, ending, and I was placed on phenobarbital. I took it for a year and stopped. I didn't experience any seizures from 2022 till June 2026. Wait, June 2022 to February 2026. Um, I said that because it's 2022 and then it says February when usually February would be on the other side. So listen to me. Anyhow, my doctor here prescribed me lamotrigine. I've been taking it and I just had a seizure on Tuesday morning in my sleep. My husband was there and put me in a better position and I didn't get hurt. My confusion is now when I wasn't on my meds, never had a seizure for up to close to 5 years, and now I'm on medication. I'm having 2 a year. What should I do? How can I have this conversation with my neurologist? I'm sad. I thought this nightmare would have been controlled. Um,
You never know when your seizures are going to change.
yeah. Um, I'm coming up on what's it called? 4 more days, you guys.
Stop doing countdowns.
No, I feel like it could last longer this time. I'm feeling good lately. Anyhow, for some advice, you can go see a therapist or come here. Um, Ideas, Tosha?
I'm gonna be honest. I completely lost my train of thought.
It's all right. Um, I got something else here. It says I need help identifying an episode I'm having. I'm trying to study, but I'm constantly either not being able to read for a few seconds or a thought pops into my head and I can't remember what it is a second later. Or an image appears for a split second in front of me and I can't describe what it was. Please, if someone knows what it was, please tell me so I can tell my neurologist. Do you guys think that sounds like a focal?
No idea. Just explain it to your neurologist like you're explaining it in the post.
Yeah, neurologist knows best. There are a few comments here I can read. One says that sounds a lot like my simple partials started before I knew they were. The quick flash of an image you can't hold on, and the sudden blank spot while reading were the two biggest clues for me. Definitely worth bringing up to your neuro. Even write down the exact timing if you can catch it. Another comment here says that's like my focal aware seizures, but not as bad. I think, in quote, simple partial is another way for it, which is what another user mentioned. But I told my neurologist and his NP, in quote, focal aware, uh, and they have that on file now. Another person says sounds like hyperphantasia from focal aware seizures. You guys ever heard of hyperphantasia?
No, it sounds like something to do with reading with the hyperphantasia.
I'm looking it up. A
Got
cognitive
it.
trait characterized by exceptionally vivid mental imagery that can rival real world perception.
Mm, okay. Uh, yeah, sounds scary. Um, how do you keep your stress in check? I haven't had any seizures for a long time, but I remember what place I've been at mentally the last time, and I just keep feel like I'm so stressed that I might get another seizure, and that just doesn't make that just doesn't make things easier. Basically, I keep my phone on in quote do not disturb and return all calls once a day. I turn my doorbell doorbell ring and I'm trying to finish one thing at a time and avoid being overwhelmed with information. It sounds stupid probably, but it keeps me calmer. The last time I ended in the hospital, I couldn't explain to anyone and no one would listen or understand, but I remember having three thoughts at once that moment and my brain just felt like it short circuited. I found myself in a similar situation last week when I got was calling with someone and a different person called at the same time and I was thinking about my debt at the same time. Right now I'm just ineffective in everything I do and completely drained. My sleep schedule is completely off, and I'm just trying to avoid getting, in quotes, stuck in multiple thoughts. I feel like a crazy person. How do I keep this stress in check? Um,
I'm sorry, the stuck in multiple thoughts kind of sounds like ADHD to me. That's just from an ADHD person.
hey, that could be it. I have not been tested for ADHD and can't give that advice, but that sounds good. I have two thoughts sometimes, but not three. That's a lot of thoughts. Um, so the comments here, one says, make high quality sleep your number one priority. A properly rested brain is better prepped for stress. Another comment says exercise, and another one says, I put the PTSD coach app on my phone and utilize the mindfulness coach. I'm not a vet, but it is open to everyone, so I tried it. It helps when I start to get overwhelmed. PTSD coach app. Um, Andrea, how do you keep your stress intact? In check, I'm sorry.
Avoid things that stress me out.
That was my answer too. I was going to say that next. But you said it. Yeah. Avoid things and people who stress me out, and I don't stress. I've been pretty good for a while. Um,
I try not to procrastinate too, because if I start procrastinating something, then I start getting stressed out about it.
mm. Wow. Yeah. When I procrastinate, it's usually doing something I'm supposed to be doing. Like usually I'll be editing and I won't be editing because it'll be in my lap and I'll be watching TV. And then I'll just trying to focus on TV and I can't. And then I'm supposed to be editing. So yeah, I got something else here for Toaster because I keep these ones for you. Um, does anyone else experience Jamis Vu? Or is it Jam? How do you say it? Did I say it right?
Jamasvu?
Jamis Vu. A lot of people on here talking about that weird deja vu feeling before a seizure, but I actually experienced the opposite. I could be in my room that I've slept in for the past 4 years, and suddenly it feel unfamiliar, or I'll be with my boyfriend and he'll feel more like a stranger, even though my brain knows it's him. Oh, knows that I know him. Does anyone know what Jamis feels like?
Yes.
Yeah.
They got it very, very, very strange. Very, not strange. Very, very, very. They got it down pretty well. I could be sitting in my chair reading a book and then look up and be like, "This, where am I?" I could be sitting at a dining room table, look at my father, who I've known all my life, and wonder who the fuck is this guy? Or not wonder, just a sense of I don't know him.
Mm,
It's less a thought, more a statement.
okay. Uh, I'm gonna keep an eye on that because some of that sounded kind of familiar. Um, nice. I'll read some of the comments here. One says, this happens to me a lot, actually. Sometimes I'll be like, where am I? And then remember it's my own room. And then slowly the layout of my house becomes a slowly remembered thing all in itself. Another comment here says, yes, but usually I only experience it before absence seizures. I get deja vu sometimes before TCs, but always impending doom, and I hate the feeling. One last comment says, my husband gets this tingling in his stomach and then a rush of euphoria. Does anyone get the euphoria? I do not. Um, Depends on what euphoria is to that person.
Euphoria means pleasure.
No, I get no pleasure out of it.
Bye, Alex.
See you later, Alex.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Good dreaming.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's nighttime in the UK already.
Indeed.
All
See
right,
you.
sleep well.
See you soon. You too. Bye-bye.
Uh, and then there were three.
It's going to be
Um,
too soon because I know Jeffrey's watch is going to be going off at 5 for him to come home.
nice. For some reason, my laptop is the time is not updating. I think it might need a restart. I'll do that later. Anyhow, oh,
There'll be more people.
One more says, "Oh my gosh, every single seizure I've ever had starts and finishes with Jamis Vu." Um, I said Jamis Vu, right? I said that
Yeah,
correct? Okay.
Jamasfu. Yeah, you're good.
You sound like you say it a little different though.
J,
Je?
j,
Oh,
Jamas.
Jamis Vu.
Jamas.
Okay.
Jamas. There you go.
Okay. I got it now. Forgot it already, but I did it already. Um,
It's a
Anyhow,
soft J.
I'll get it together eventually. I got something else here and it says quitting cannabis. Speaking out of my own experience, no judgment of anyone else. 22-year-old male diagnosed with TLE in 2021. TC seizures only through my life, about once or twice a year after being officially diagnosed with cannabis. Hyper hyperemesis, or
It's a
can you
hyperemesis.
hyperemesis? Okay. Hyperemesis syndrome. Last week, I decided to quit cold turkey, but feeling way better, but got me thinking. I started having seizures at the age 16 when I started smoking weed as well. And most and all seizures I've got had been when I'm high in some way or shape or form. I've been mostly a daily user for years, hoping that the hoping this new beginning can help with seizure control and calm it down a bit. Any other users who quit find better seizure control, or am I just connecting the fake dots in my head? If you've ever quit, that counts as well. Um,
I haven't, but that does seem to connect dots. I'm glad they seem to have found a big trigger for them.
I second
yeah,
that.
yeah. Is I third that a thing, or should I just say me too? Yeah. You guys get it. One of the comments here says, "No, you're not just grabbing for straws. I'm in recovery now and I'm staying clean for 6 to 12 months. My seizures drop right afterwards. To, but after a year, I've gone 3 months without any seizures, healthy diet, exercise, blah, blah, blah. You get what I mean? Yeah, it does make a difference." Mm. One more comment here says, "Helps for some, makes it worse for others, as with pretty much everything when it comes to epilepsy, which is why it's really difficult to treat and identify." Have you
That
ever
is
quit
true.
cold turkey?
Yeah, a couple of times when, runs your it's just dried out and
Um, mm, First time smoking weed. Oh yeah.
I wouldn't say I've been a daily user for all my life.
Okay. This one's not really
I
long.
am
It
now,
might
though.
I got something here and it says first time smoking weed, are hallucinations normal? Possibility of epilepsy. Female, 20 years old, 114 pounds. In December, I decided to try some weed for the first time with my other friend. We bought a in quote glass one hitter. We put whatever fitted in and smoked it. I don't know how many puffs it was for me. 2 puffs maybe in my lungs. LOL. I didn't do it right and it got stuck in my lungs and I was coughing for a bit. A third friend who was with us to keep us safe said, in quote, ooh, this one's gonna hit hard. My friend didn't cough and didn't puff too much. So we only smoked one of those for like two. Like we put the weed in it and both smoked at the same time. So it was a small dose. We were outside and started walking to our friend's parents' summer lot. Also, it was cold since it was December, like negative 10, uh, minus 10 degrees or so. And that's when it all begins. I didn't feel my legs and felt like I'm flying. I felt like we're hiking up and then going down, doing weirdly sharp turns and such. And yeah, it was a straight path, but I didn't feel like I was convinced our path was curvy, convinced our path was curvy, bumpy, and that we were climbing. I also had terrible balance and couldn't walk straight. I kept bumping into them and my legs felt really weak. Once we actually took a turn, we had to go through uh, Confires Farm. Um, they were all small, and as we were going, I felt drunk again, and I couldn't keep my balance and held on to small trees to try not to fall. It was like an entire planet was swinging. As we sat and ate the whole bag of chips, laughed for no reason, thought that the music is some voices calling me, and it was scary. For the whole trip, really dissociated. I experience it every on a daily basis, feeling like I'm on autopilot, but this one felt even worse. I didn't have any visuals, but my vision was going in slow motion, and my head felt really heavy, dragging me, swinging. This one is one of the longest and really annoying. I was somehow aware of it, but not too much. Remember wanting to be over and hating the whole experience so much. After some time, I went to the friend's car. He was driving us around for a bit and left us at my friend's house. We went to sleep, and I felt absolutely awful the next day, some kind of hungover. My friend, on the other hand, just had severe anxiety the whole time, but also connected to her first time as well. Plus the fact that it's her house with her parents that we would go after we were done. Now the epilepsy part, and hey, damn. Now to the epilepsy part. Okay. Now in April, I was semi-diagnosed with myoclonic epilepsy and started taking meds. Right now, I'm on lamotrigine 50 milligrams once per night. They help me and don't work with alcohol at all. I'm banned from it. If I take these on time, I'm most likely to have a seizure. Oh, if I don't take these on time, I'm most likely to have a seizure. My test results, EEG, MRI, didn't show anything. Since I bought 1 gram, that other friend still have most of it left. I'm looking forward to smoking again, just see if it will be better now, if I just smoke less and prepare better, warmer clothes, some food inside me. The questions are, how likely is it to be a similar or same experience when I try for the second time? If it can be better, just relaxing, as everyone says it is for them, should I just smoke less? Is it anyhow connected to my previous undiagnosed myoclonic epilepsy? Am I safe to smoke while on these meds? If yes, better smoke before. Is it better to smoke before or after taking them? The last question is how likely is it laced with something? Because again, it was perfectly normal price, and by Google Images, it looks the same. I heard that laced ones have orange colors on it, but mine just looked normal, I guess. Those were a lot of questions, and that was quite a long post. We'll start with the first question. How likely is it to be similar or the same experience when you try for the second time?
I'm gonna remember. I'll be honest. I don't remember my first time. But I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it was pleasant.
I think I was a kid, so
Yeah, exactly. I think I was so. It was more. I got more paranoid because I was in high school of getting caught than anything else. So
um,
I don't know if it's the same strain. Maybe
I
if
think
you have
you might not be like the first time. I think. Go ahead, Toaster.
honestly, it's up in the air.
I was always told there's nothing like your first time, and that's how it was with quite a few other things. So I don't think you'll get that experience. You'll probably be waiting on that and not get as much. Your second time might be better because you won't be as panicked if those are the side effects. Because I'm not going to say that sounds horrible, but that sounds interesting to be walking down the hallway and it's curvy just off smoking weed. Uh,
And
like if I
half
get some,
one bowl. She said that she was sharing a one hitter with a friend.
yeah.
That
Uh,
doesn't sound like much.
it reminds me of Grand Theft Auto when the guy smokes weed. He's just like the world just goes swinging to the right and swinging to the
I
left.
mean, she greened out the next morning, so
Ah,
tolerance building.
yeah, I don't think your second time would be like your first, but it's up to you to try it again. Uh, thoughts on that, Andrea?
Be honest with you, I'm lost.
Uh, they said, how likely is it to be like the first time?
Nothing's ever like the first time.
Right.
Doesn't matter what you're talking about. The first time is always the first time.
Yeah, that's how it was for me. Everything was different the second time. Expected the same, and it didn't happen. You gain a tolerance depending on who it is. You might get a tolerance fast, or you depends on
Yeah,
what you tolerate.
I used to have a very high tolerance, then I had to quit for about a month and a half, and I have like zero tolerance now.
Mm.
Like none. One hit and I'm good for like 3 hours. One hit from off the bong.
I smoke papers, so other than that, I vape, and it can be like, goddamn, I didn't know I inhaled that much. But um, anyhow, press that thumbs up button if you're watching. Much love and appreciation. Don't smoke in podcast. You'll be doing this anyhow. uh, nothing's like your first time. Um,
And
the,
everybody's different. So, I'm not
the se-
telling you to experiment. That's the only way you're going to get your answers questioned or questions answered.
I followed
yeah.
you.
The second question was if it can be better, just relaxing as everyone says it is for them. Should I just smoke less?
I would definitely start slow.
I was gonna say you should smoke just as much as you smoked last time, and then see if it's Cool with that.
You,
No,
you, you can always add more. You can't take it away.
um, and another question is
And with that, my dragon is home. Love y'all.
much
Love you too.
love. Um, is it anyhow connected to the previous undiagnosed myoclonic epilepsy? Oh no, that does those that wandering and drowsy and curvy hallway feeling that has nothing to do with myoclonics. Not that I know. I don't know about that, but yeah, I get a little twitching, but that high experience sounds like your first time, and yeah, sometimes you have a bad first time and a better second time. Sometimes you just don't have a second time. So it's up to
Used to
you.
make me sick. Used to make me super sick.
Um, for me, I started smoking at like 8 years old. Um,
I still can't believe you started smoking at 8.
well, it wasn't me. I didn't like roll it and give it to myself. It was given to me. Um,
That still just blows my mind. You were 8.
I'll explain. My uncle was in high school then. Uh, so he was just that dumb high school kid who would always come get me. And him and his friends, they had like that Scooby Doo van, had one door that slide open and two in the front.
And
And
all the
everybody,
smoke rolls out.
yeah, and all his friends would be packed in. And I didn't know better, but they would just laugh at
They
me
probably
choking.
they thought it
They
was
would just,
funny.
yeah, they thought it was funny that I was choking, and that's what they would laugh at. And 9 years old, uh, I remember it vividly because I thought it was funny too, but I was just like laughing with them, and I didn't know they were laughing at the choking until uh, I got older and was told the story again. But yeah, I didn't start myself, but I know I smoked for like with him doing that like 2 years consistently from not every day, but it was just like he would always come pick me up. Him and his friends get out of school and they'd come pick me up, come to my mom's house and he'd be like, "Hey, can I take my nephew with me?" 18-year-old. Sure, why not? It's the 90s.
Things were a lot different in the 90s, that's for sure.
Yeah. Uh horrible. Horrible. Shouldn't have been smoking weed as a freaking 8 years old. But yeah. Mm-mm-mm. What do you think about that? Thoughts on smoking weed at 8 years old? I don't think it was a good idea at all, if that's what some people were thinking out there. Uh,
No,
horrible. I was not gonna say I don't blame him because he was in high school, but I don't
high school
blame him
kids
as
do stupid
much.
shit, but I
He
mean,
made a bad decision, and it
that was definitely a bad
lasted the
decision.
rest of my life. Actually, I'm not even gonna say he's the reason why I smoke now, but it was like I just full on started smoking at 15. Uh, yeah,
Well, it was normal to you.
yeah. It was like an everyday thing. By then, family had knew. Some had knew. I'm not gonna blame it on everybody, just in case someone goes to jail. Allegedly, um, yeah. I ain't gonna say no names, but there were people there who could have stopped us who did not. And yeah, like I'm gonna say they were children, so or teenagers, because I know when I was 8 and he's 11 years older than me, he was 18 at the time. And yeah, Probably still hanging out with his high school friends at the high school after he graduated. You never know. And it was his van. So yeah, kids these days, kids those days, kids these days, they'll get you into using other stuff. Anyhow,
Yeah, it's a whole new thing these days.
it's a whole new world out there. Um, Still on to the same question. The fourth question is, am I safe to smoke while on these meds? If yes, better to smoke before or after? Um,
That's kind of a person to person thing. They're gonna tell you not to, obviously, but how your body reacts to it is another. And
yeah,
as for before or after, I'd say before and after if possible, but that's me.
yeah. I was gonna say I don't think it matters because either way you're gonna be high while you're on the medication. If you take it before, it's
Right.
not like the high is gonna go away once take your meds or whatever the case. But yeah, you're gonna be high either way. If you're gonna smoke before, it's up to you. Some before, some after. Uh, yeah, to each his own. Um,
Everybody's different. You got to figure it out on your own.
and their last question, finally, is how likely is it that the weed was laced with something because it was normally priced, and by Google Images, it looked the same way. Um, Google could not be your source. It looked like the weed on Google. It still could be laced, even though Google gave you a picture. It's up to you to listen to who you want to listen to. Talk to your neurologist. He can give you a really good answer. Um,
Really good explanation of why you shouldn't, but
yeah, he's gonna say if you had that experience with the curvy hallway and that's all I remember, and body and autopilot, they're definitely gonna say you shouldn't smoke. That's what they're gonna suggest. You don't do that again. Next time it could be worse. Um, I can hear him now.
which the next time it might be worse that you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. Could be. Uh, don't listen to me. My
No, don't
advice,
listen to me either.
I just give you advice based on personal experiences, uh,
Make
at
sure you
your own
get your weed
risk.
from a reputable location.
Um, I get my weed from my mom because really, I just vape. And when she's smoking flower, it's either we're gonna hit that, we're gonna smoke. Uh, um, yeah, it's usually she bought weed. I didn't buy weed. I haven't bought weed in quite a while. So,
Are
and yeah,
you
it's from
ever
the
not high?
dispensary. Eh, mm, I don't think so. Well, when I wake up, I'm not because I like to brush my teeth before I smoke. Because some people they go right from waking up to smoking, and I can't imagine what your breath smells like when you wake up. Uh, so brush my teeth, and then I smoke. So yeah, there's a decent time. I'm sober when I brush my teeth, and I still got cavities. Anyhow, this person's on the Motrigine, and I seen the 50 milligrams and only at night. That caught my attention too, because I'm on the Motrigine, and
They're taking it only at night?
that's what it said. Only at night, 50 milligrams.
I would think their blood levels would fluctuate a lot, only taking it once a day.
Yeah, maybe they wrote it wrong. Never know.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, the hallucinations is what really stuck with me. Because reading it out loud, just like the curvy hallway and wave one way and then wave the other way. He was hella high. You were, yeah, you were there. I got something else. Um, on marijuana again. It says trying marijuana after being epilepsy free. Hello, I'm new to this server, but I have a question for anybody who have been epilepsy free and tried weed because I'm curious. I've been epilepsy free for 2 months. That's not funny. Anyhow, I've been epilepsy free for 2 months, and I'm really curious because I want to try someone's edibles that I like. A friend bought them while he was in Estonia. The cashier said it's only CBD, but after his experience in Prague, he didn't believe her and still bought. So it might have some THC in it. So please, anybody who has epilepsy free uses weed, please tell me. Okay, if we're going by those circumstances, I'm epilepsy free and I'm smoking weed because this person
Me
said 2
too.
months. Uh, I'm
I think
epilepsy
I'm
free.
going on. I'm at like 10 or 11, I think now.
Nice. Yeah. I still smoke marijuana. It hasn't done me any bad that I can tell because um everyday smoker for several years. I haven't been able to point out anything that it's done wrong. It's also
Well, and
helped.
they were talking about edibles that were probably mostly CBD, weren't they?
Oh yeah. So now that you're
I
taking
mean,
edibles, that's a whole different ball game
yeah, I can give no advice there. That's a somebody else's department.
because I've tried edibles and one time I told myself two didn't work. So don't follow my advice. Two didn't work, so I took six. Well, you're probably gonna be like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Um, I was young and dumb and thinking I'm just gonna take all these and I'll be good. And we laughed the whole night because I had a drunk type state like that other person was saying, swinging and stuff like that. Yeah, I was going through that, and they helped me get to the bed, and I just laid on the bed, and they're like, "You want to turn over?" And I'm like, "Yeah, give me a second." And they're like, "You want us to turn you over, or you got it?" I'm like, "Yeah, just give me a minute. I'll just lay on my stomach like this for a while, like literally no movement." Um, I was high, and I just known after that, edibles, you don't play with those. Just because two doesn't work doesn't mean six is going to be
You went
better.
from 2 to 6?
Yeah,
That seems like quite a jump.
yeah. I was making dumb decisions. I was younger, I could say. Uh, hey, it was a funny story we can talk about every time I see them. Like, remember that you guys had to carry me to the bed and laid me on my stomach. Yeah, and we had a whole conversation, and eventually I turned over, and they were sitting there smoking, and I joined the session. But
Of course you
yeah,
did.
don't just take a handful of, and they were like these little gummy rings. So yeah, don't play with edibles no more, unless I make them. Other than that, I don't want to experience that no more. But that was also my fault, so I'm not gonna say it's the edibles' fault. Um, to each his own. Take a gummy ring at your own will. Um, so you have tried marijuana after being epilepsy free?
I mean, it depends on what you. I don't think there's any getting rid of epilepsy, so
Yeah.
you might you might have, be seizure free, but you're not epilepsy free.
Right. This person is really referring to the epilepsy is seizures. That's what it said. Anybody who's been epilepsy free and tried weed, I'm curious. I've been epilepsy free 2 months. I laughed when I first read that. Uh, this person has been seizure free for 2 months. Um, it seems like there's a lot of stuff in here about weed, so I'll keep reading. THC and auras. The other day, I took only 10 milligram edible THC gummy. It hit me hard. It felt real similar to an aura I've had prior to having a seizure. I started freaking out, thinking I was about to have a seizure. It only felt like this the first couple of minutes or so. It kicked in, and then I was fine. I rarely do weed, but it scared the fuck out of me. They didn't spell that right. Um, anyone else experience something like this? And what are some ways I can tell the difference between an aura or from the high kicking in? Um, you'll know. You'll know the difference. You have to know the difference between an aura and getting high. Um, there's a noticeable difference. To me, the aura was the impending doom. Like weed doesn't do that to me. So, um, you ever get auras, Andrea? Yeah, or I'll get the phantom smells. It's one of the auras, and nothing to do with THC. Mm, yeah, I might need to go get something to eat.
You might as
Shout out to
well.
Nature Made.
Oh, I need to take mine still.
Uh-oh, I gotta
Are you-
take my multi plus omega 3s. Gummies, no THC. What would happen if you take too much multivitamin?
I think it would depend on what vitamin it is, but I don't really know. I'm not a doctor.
All right. Um, words of wisdom before EEG.
Bring snacks and entertainment.
All right. Says, hi, I'm suspecting I'm having focal seizures for a few months. I literally hit all the classic symptoms, and somehow uh, they put niche, but they put niche-er, which isn't a word. Anyhow, they've been killing me recently. I've had 3 days after terrible red eye flight. I finally booked an EEG, but I'm terrified a seizure won't happen or I won't get any information out of it. I know it's strange to pray for bad news, but I just want a nightmare to be over with. Any tips on how to calm my nerves and any tips on how to calm my nerves and secrets that will help me chill out? Happy to explain more if anyone has any questions, and thank you. Like Andrea said, take some stuff to so you don't get bored and
And a
snacks.
charging cord, long charging cord.
Mm. Yeah, you could DoorDash stuff to you. Uh,
You can't do that everywhere, I don't think.
the last two hospitals I was at, and they were 3 days apart. One day I was at one, 3 days later I was at another, and at both of them I was able to get sushi. So you can't do it everywhere, but if you can, Uber Eats or DoorDash something or whatever app, uh, Shout out to DoorDash. Uh, yeah,
So they're worried they're not going to have a seizure while they're there.
correct.
I mean, you kind of just have to go with it. And if you're going to have one, great. If you don't have one, that sucks. But they're still going to get data on your brain while you're there. Even if you don't have a seizure, they still might be able to find some things.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say take food because that's exactly what I did. And also, yeah,
Entertainment.
yeah, I got there and the people were telling me, "Oh, you could have brought your PS5." Some people brought their DVD players, and I was like, "Somebody brought a DVD player?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I wasn't saying that in excitement as he was thinking. I was just like, "Wow, a DVD player." But yeah,
I took my Fire Stick, my laptop, my knitting,
that's genius.
my phone.
A Fire Stick,
Yeah,
genius.
plug it into the back of the TV and I can log into all of the, Netflix, whatever. I don't have to rely on their crappy TV they have in the hospital. I had my own TV.
That is genius. I'm telling you, if ever they do want to check my brain out again, I will put that on the list of things to take.
Don't
I
forget the,
had,
extra long powers, extra long cord with power strip and extra long charging cords.
yeah, my mom, she brought some food and stuff in an ice chest. Um, yeah.
I had a whole suitcase full of snacks.
Um, yeah, my mom was bringing the food. Uh,
I wasn't around anyone that could bring me food, so
I got something here. It says stress. Has anyone had a stress-induced seizure with epilepsy? I forgot to take my morning dose of Lamictal as I have been so stressed with work. And the doctor said stress can also lower seizure thresholds. I ended up having two seizures, one at home and one in the ER. Just curious, is anyone else had any similar situation? I can't specifically say because, to be honest, at this point, I'm thinking my seizures are scheduled. Uh, so to have one specifically from stress, not that I can remember. Seizures are always just like, now I'm in a stretcher, or now I'm in an ambulance. Now I'm already at the hospital, or I wake up on the ground. One of the four. Um, yeah, I can't say any are stress induced in particular.
I think that stress is one of my biggest triggers.
Yeah. Um,
A lot of my seizures I mean, I've been by myself when I have them, but it's always not necessarily right when I'm most stressed, but somewhere around that or after I was really stressed.
I got some of the comments here. One says stress is a huge trigger for me. It actually what got me diagnosed in the first place. Forgot my meds once during a crazy deadline week and paid the price. Hope you're recovering okay. Those ER visits are draining. Another comment here says it's my biggest trigger. I remember one morning at work, they just wouldn't stop. I was post grad. I put so much pressure on myself. Another one says was one of my biggest triggers along with humidity, overexertion, and lack of sleep. Very common. Yeah, that'll be a way if stress causes your seizures, then you know how to make one happen while you're at the place trying to have an EEG. Uh,
Didn't work for me. You can't just immediately create stress on demand. If you try,
uh,
that's like fake. I don't know. It didn't work for me.
yeah, I was thinking I don't know. Maybe like hyperventilate, something like that.
Depends on the person.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on what stresses you out. Anyhow, got something here that says we're not on Keppra, but we can give advice. Why isn't Keppra working anymore? I've been on Keppra for 200. I've been on Keppra for 250 milligrams twice a day. Yes, that's what it says. For on 250 milligrams for twice a day for 5 years, and it worked amazingly. Such a low dose completely controlled my seizures, and everything was great until about a month ago when I suddenly started having episodes again. My neurologist increased my dose of the Keppra, 750 milligrams twice a day, and I've been on this dose for almost 2 weeks. Unfortunately, I'm still having 1 to 2 episodes. The strange thing is that my in quote seizures do not seem very typical. They usually consist of intense pressure in my head, numbness in my throat and tongue, numbness in my left arm, and confusion and brain fog. I feel like I will faint, but I don't. They usually last around 20 to 40 minutes, which is weird. This made me wonder if the episodes could actually be something else. I'm just confused. Keppra worked perfectly for years, and now even 750 milligrams doesn't seem to stop the episodes. My EEG doesn't show clear eleptiform discharges either. Has anyone experienced something similar? Did it turn out to be epilepsy, migraine, or something entirely different? Has anyone experienced? Oh, any experiences would be appreciated. Um, That's what they call med resistant, right? To where you eventually start working and eventually it just doesn't work anymore.
It could mean that their dosage needs changed, but they haven't been on the higher dosage for more than 2 weeks. That's not enough to get the state level stabilized, and then so they need to give it more time. But you have to remember seizures can change over the years too. So it doesn't mean that the Keppra stopped working. It could just be your seizures have changed. And if they're not seeing the eleptiform activity on the EEG, that could mean that they don't have epilepsy, but it could be PNES.
Yeah.
What's up, Jeff?
Hey Jeff, you also watching? I can hear
Hey,
the
oh gee, I just turned it down. I was watching. Uh,
oh nice.
uh, I was doing shit around the house. But your icebreaker brought back a great memory for me, and I just wanted to share it.
You got to
When
bring back a memory for me because I don't even remember the icebreaker.
the
Most memorable
icebreaker
vacation.
was
Oh,
memorable vacation, and when Liz and I first started dating, we would go away on the weekends, which is what people in New York City do. Nobody stays in the city on the weekends, or they didn't at that time. Um, and one weekend we went to, there's two little islands off the coast of Massachusetts. Uh, one is Nantucket and one is Martha's Vineyard. And they're just really beautiful vacation spots. And so we were going up there one weekend, and we would fly up there, and they would use one of those little commuter planes, like a 20-seater, and it was pouring like crazy that day, uh, and they windy and raining and crazy, and they never should have taken off. And the whole flight, we were bouncing up and down and up and down, and it was scary as hell. And the whole flight, which is about, I guess, a little over an hour, uh, I'm holding her hand and saying, "Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Don't worry, it's going to be all right." And all the time I'm thinking we're going down in any minute. And I'm just keeping her calm because I could see she's like turning, getting crazy over this. And they couldn't even land on the island. They had to land somewhere else. And then the next morning they took us there. And it was the most beautiful place we were staying at. And I was so pissed that we missed the night there. Um, and she says that's when she first fell in love with me.
Aw.
Nice. Um, tell
Yeah.
Liz I said hello when you talk to her.
Yeah. Well, and I put the Jeff D back for you. Said you like that?
Yeah, I was just getting used to it when you changed it. Uh, Jeff D. Gotta stick to nicknames. Some stuff sticks with me. I was expecting it, and then you came in with the without the D, and I was like, damn. Thought Jeff was coming with it, and yeah, but it's interesting. Was it an accident on purpose? I mean, was it an accident the last time? Because you did it like 4 or 5 times in a row, so I wasn't sure if you were doing it on purpose or not.
No, I never noticed it before until you said it. I was having the tremors, so I would sometimes I would just hit a key. Uh, the F is next to the D, and I would
Oh
just hit
yeah,
the wrong D and wrong letter, and I didn't know.
just keep going. I feel you.
Yeah.
Um, uh, what was the? Oh, the reason I was saying for this last question for the Keppra not working no more, that reminds me of what Angel said. It's like sometimes he'll take a medication and then eventually it stops working, and then he switch. Um, but this person also having 20 to 40 minutes. Those are long seizures.
Oh yeah.
Even
Are they
even if they
including
are
like,
focals.
well, and it makes me wonder, are they counting like the post-ictal time?
Um, no, I don't think they said anything about the post-ictal time. Hey, Kate,
Hey, what's up?
how you doing?
I was wondering if somebody had joined that might want to have a word. That's all.
Not yet. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm here. I want to have a word, but I
Oh no,
got you.
not like I want to. Oh fuck, we're live, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got plans tonight, but just still, kind of checking everything off the list.
Gotcha. Um,
How's
the
everybody else doing?
icebreaker.
Good plans for the weekend?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Actually, no, nothing out of the normal. I
Make it
mean,
happen. I
so
know there's got to be something to do around you.
uh, usually a
You have
laptop
you have
around me.
RSO on demand. I'm gonna have to wait until like next year for some RSO around here.
That's not on demand. That's across town.
Okay.
So it isn't easy just getting it.
At least
Yeah,
you can get it.
I might pay more for the ride than I will for the RSO.
Oh, I hate that.
I mean, if I
But
gotta catch an Uber.
yeah, yeah. Oh, come on.
Don't
You
they
can talk
don't
some bitch into giving you a ride. Oh, you got those
don't they
skills.
do, don't they deliver to you?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I never looked into that. Um,
Yeah, because they always delivered it when I was in the desert.
I wasn't
All
even
the
thinking of that.
dispensaries delivered.
That's
Yeah,
sick too.
thanks for reminding me that, because
Yeah.
yeah,
All
that's
right,
why I
everybody,
was
have a good one.
saying.
Hit me up if I should make that exclusive, make that quick visit.
Okay, I'll let
I'll
you
say goodbye.
know.
I'll say
It's
hi.
very likely impossible.
Later.
All right.
Um, Yeah. Um, it's oh man, Kate is hilarious. Just that stuck with me. Let her know. Anyhow, do you ever not go to the hospital because of the bills? No, I had insurance, so uh, and I was never had the option. It was always if someone called the ambulance on me, if they couldn't handle it, then the hospital did. But the bills haven't been a problem with me, mainly because the insurance. I had insurance. Uh, if necessary, go. Or if I hit my head, then I'll go. Uh, you guys ever? Oh,
I still haven't been to the hospital like in an ambulance for my seizures yet.
I keep forgetting that when I ask you that.
I
Uh,
probably should have a few times, but I didn't.
um, yeah, like the one time you said, you said I had a seizure. It's okay though. I already cleaned up all the blood. you
Right.
should have, you should have went
I
that
should have
time.
gone. I should have
That's a
went to
good
the
one.
hospital that time.
Was it
I
bad?
probably should
Bad?
have. No, but I fell flat on my face in the kitchen, and I just remember the floor coming at my face and thinking, "Oh shit, this is gonna hurt." And then I heard my nose crunch on the floor,
Mm.
and then I woke up later and there was blood because my glasses had cut the bridge of my nose. So I just dripping blood everywhere. I got it all cleaned up and realized, oh, you must have had a seizure. Where's your phone? Call somebody.
Mhm.
And that's what I said when I called because I was still post-ictal when I called. And I'm like, yeah, I think I had a seizure, but it's okay. I cleaned up all the blood already.
That would worry me. Like, are you serious?
Yeah,
It's okay. Um,
yeah.
Jeff, have you ever not gone to the hospital because of the bill prices? I mean, uh,
No, um, I don't. I don't know if I pay for uh, them on Medicare or my maybe it's my supplemental policy.
hmm,
Uh, I don't think that I pay for
okay. So yeah, just like me, we'll go to the hospital anytime, no problem. I haven't got a hospital bill in very long time, but I got something else here, and it says my mom wants me to get a driver's license. Hello, everyone. The answer is probably pretty obvious, and I think I know myself. I mostly just really need to talk about it. So I've had myoclonic epilepsy for a few years, but only like 9 months ago got diagnosed and got on medication for it. I've always had to be hesitant to get my license because of my myoclonic jerks, but now that it's been diagnosed, I'm even more on edge. The medication I am the medication I am on doesn't definitely oh does definitely but doesn't get rid of it completely. I, I have another um, I have another appointment with my neurologist coming. We'll discuss it with her. I am absolutely terrified. I don't care if I get hurt, but if I hurt someone else, I would be able to live with it. If I hurt someone else, I would be able to live with it and live with myself. I know that the jerks are super infrequent, but it still doesn't ease my mind. I also have anxiety, which will definitely worsen when driving, which I'm sure all you know, which isn't best for epilepsy. Anyhow, I haven't opened I haven't opened with my concerns to my mom, and I am not very open with it to begin with. Again, I know what the answer probably is, but I'm scared for some reason to talk about it with her. I would say my parents are very open and accepting. I don't know where this fear comes from. All help is appreciated. I'm not even 20, and I'm a broke college student. Don't drive. Don't let your anybody um, make you drive. Your fear could
Ex-
cause a seizure. Then,
Express your reasons to your family and explain to them why you don't feel safe driving. I would think they would want your safety and everyone else's safety to be a top priority.
yeah, if you put me in the driver's seat, I'd be like, I feel like I'm gonna have a seizure. Right there, they'll say somebody else is gonna drive. Or overall, tell them I don't want to drive, and they should listen. If they don't, then mm. They also say they're a broke college student, so hope for
They
the
could ask
best.
their mother what she's going to wear for their funeral.
All right. Mm, don't say that. One comment here says, I'm 28, been seizure free for almost 6 years, and I'm still scared to drive, but I don't trust myself behind the wheel. From the sounds of it, your nerves are justified. Not sure where you are from, but in a lot of places, you need to be seizure free before getting a license. Another comment here says, I used to be scared of driving too. I had a breakthrough seizure a couple of years ago when changing medication. It sucked. I had to rely on family to take me to and from work. Hmm. I've been dependent on rides for a long time.
I got my kids driving me around now for the most part.
Yeah, to the other post though, yeah, just tell your parents you don't want to drive, and that should be enough. But if it isn't,
Ask them what they want to wear to your funeral and if they would like help picking it out,
right,
like Jeff said.
they'll take you serious. That's how you say
I
I
would
don't
hope
feel
so.
well. Um, Something here says gaining independence. I will be able to move out with. I will be. I will be able to move out of my family's house this year and in with my best friend in December. I'm very excited as my family didn't want me living alone without someone who recognizes and can handle the seizures. We're basically already in a QPR, and I feel like this is a big step for me. I've always been in the workplace actively and doing my best to save money. So I'm not worried about expenses as much, just general living things, and could use some advice. Um, Getting an income is going to be the best part to start with. Uh, if you can work, then do that if you would like to. I don't know what QPR is. You guys know what that is?
That's what I was going to say. What the heck is that?
We'll see what Google says.
Yeah, get your independence. Well, if you're 18, your parents really can't say much about you moving out, but they can be trying to look out for your best interests.
How was it used?
This person says, I'm already in a QPR, and I feel like this is a big step. Um,
Oh, one thing that I look up, it says it stands for question, persuade, and refer. Steps to help to save someone from suicide, or it's a football club.
There's another definition here. It says being in a QPR, queer platonic relationship, means sharing a deeply committed, emotional, intense bond that goes beyond the standard friendship, but is not inherently romantic.
Okay,
There's a lot of QPRs out there.
apparently
Uh,
so.
just leave it up to the imagination. How do you gain your independence? You just got to go for it. You just got to, if they're giving you the opportunity to leave, go for it. And it's a trial period, and you'll learn how good or bad it can be. And you'll learn if your friend can actually handle it. Test the friendship. I'm just kidding. That will test the friendship. Uh, Another comment here says, staying comfy before during a flare. Hey, folks. Uh, Currently in a flare up of whatever neuro condition I have. I'm having multiple seizures each day, tonic clonic aware, atonic aware, and atonic partial seizures and partial awareness. Any suggestions on how to stay comfortable when having lots of seizures? So far, I've found that laying in a hammock during atonic clonic seizure is way more comfortable than laying in bed. Stay comfy. I just chill with family. Uh, if not, go lay in bed or find a chair like Jeff and Andrea and chill, lay back. I don't know if you guys have the recliner with the feet put up. Put your feet up. Oh yeah, see that's perfect thing. I don't have one, but yeah,
I'm about
you
to
could.
get one like Jeff's because his is much fancier and nicer than mine, but I haven't
Yeah,
done it yet.
but just find somewhere comfortable where people are at. Also, because if people are in that room, that'll be better for people to see it. If you can't find people, stay in a safe and comfortable position from around things that won't hurt you if you fall.
I sleep in a great big king size bed at night with a bunch of pillows around me so I can't roll out of bed.
Uh, since I sleep alone, I sleep on angles. I sleep all over the place. But I try to wake up and lay on my left hand side or lay on my stomach. Mm.
I couldn't lay on my stomach, no way.
Yeah, I'm a stomach sleeper. I usually got one
Couldn't
pillow,
sleep.
hugging a pillow like this, and land on my stomach.
I couldn't
My
sleep on
neck
my
won't.
stomach.
You can't.
Oh.
No, no way.
It's too bad, too hard on my neck for one.
Yeah.
If I sleep on my right, um, I get problems with heartburn in the middle of the night. So that'll really like bother me, and I probably won't sleep after a while. If I sleep on my left, then um, there's something about sleeping on your left, it'll stop the heartburn or whatever the case. So I try to sleep on my left side, and I don't get the heartburn or my stomach. But sleeping on my back, I can't do. I get nauseous for some reason. Uh, yeah, it's real random. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. And yeah, bad times. Wake up throwing up. Can't make it to the toilet. Just get to sit up. Horrible. Anyhow,
Like,
yeah. So to stop from the what is it? Gastrointestinal problems. That's what I got.
mhm.
Um, just try to sleep where you don't feel uncomfortable, and my side, and then my right side and my back can't do. Other than that, I'm good. Uh, I haven't spooned in a while, so I don't know how that'll go. Uh, but yeah, how do you stay comfy, Andrea? Oh, other than you said the big bed, and I got
Yeah,
yours.
I'm either kicked back in the chair or in my bed, pretty much. Sometimes I'm on the couch, but that
uh,
requires like a dozen pillows to position everything correctly so that I can stay comfortable for about 5 minutes. And then I'll have to readjust everything.
hmm. I got something here that says could be having seizures in sleep. Not sure. 19-year-old female, twice now on trips with my friend in the last month or two. My friend has told me that in the night I have started shaking. The first time it was I assumed I was cold, though he said it was very violent, but I'm really not sure now and it's happened again last night. He told me he tried to wake me up because my teeth were grinding so loud he could hear it really well. He said I wouldn't respond, and he even tried to open my jaw a bit, and he said it was extremely tightly shut. I made incoherent noises and the first time and never asked about the second time. Just could use some advice because I don't know what's going on. Um, go see a neurologist. If you're having something you think could be seizures, if you don't have epilepsy, it's definitely time to go see a neurologist. Ask your primary for some referrals to neurologists and yeah, get that checked on. Because now you had two and haven't pointed them out. Hmm. Could be worse. Well, I mean, worse could be happening than this person is noticing. Any suggestions you guys think? Or
I'm
did
with
I?
you. Go to the doctor.
I was gonna say I might have hit the nail on the head right.
Yeah,
Um,
go to the doctor.
What did he say about his speaking?
um, about the speaking you said.
Yeah,
He said I wouldn't respond even if I tried to open my jaw a bit. He said it was shut tightly. I made some incoherent noises the first
yeah,
time and never asked about the second.
yeah. I've had a couple of seizures where I'm just incoherent.
Mines are usually like that for a little bit. My postictal period, I'm usually, did I have a seizure? Yeah. And then I'm chilling in my head for a few hours, sitting wherever I came to at.
Mm.
The thing I do find funny is a lot of times I wake up sitting places and then I'm like, did I have a seizure? And it's usually like, yeah, you had a seizure earlier or something like that. So I've been sitting out the whole time, I mean, obviously looking like I'm good now, but obviously not good because one time I had a seizure and then somebody was like, yeah, you asked me that 3 times already. And I'm like, I only remember asking you that one time. So now I'm here because I remember. Uh, but yeah, there has to be some other way for people to check on us and know if we're there. Um, Everybody out there watching, press a thumbs up. And yeah, you could be having to be your sleep. Like Jeff, you have nocturnals, right? Because I don't.
So,
Yeah, go get it checked out as soon as possible. Um, Someone says seizure after 7 years, and my advice. I've been fighting epilepsy since 2008, and I've been taking medication ever since. My last seizure was in 2019. Since then, I've been doing really well. Never had any seizures until last weekend. I had stayed up last night to watch FIFA World Cup and was most probably forgot to take my night medicine. The next morning, I had a seizure, very bad seizure. Fortunately, my wife was there and I was at home. I bit my tongue violently and now I can't eat anything solid. My back hurts like hell. Met my doctor 2 days back and did an EEG, and the doctor found frontal lobe discharge. I am just disappointed with myself. 7 years of no seizure, and I became a reckless. I had strict instructions not to skip medicine and not to stay late at night, and I broke both of these. So here's my one piece advice: never become complacent. Always listen to your doctor. Don't miss the medicine and get plenty of sleep. You may think you have been had a seizure free for a decade, and one day suddenly you will get a seizure. Is there any advice anyone has for me? Uh,
Follow your
I
own
think,
advice.
yeah, yeah, Andrea, that's perfect. Follow your own advice. Um, you said take that medication because that does suck that you missed your medication one time in 7 years and you had a seizure. So it sounds like if you take your medication and all the stuff you suggested, sleep and all that, yeah, that's like knowing your triggers. Do it.
Yeah.
Follow through. Mm. That's it's like Kevin said, he still has seizures on his mind, even though it's been 8 years. Anyhow, to the comments, one says, my biggest fear, I'm seizure free for 2 years, but every time I'm having a drink, having fun like a normal person, my thought is, end quote, you have a seizure anytime. Oh, you can have a seizure anytime. That's why I don't drink anymore. Another comment here says, I think therapy is a good idea because the trauma is how your body can betray you after so long seizure free. I'd say it's a big deal not to talk to someone about it. Oh, it's not a big deal to talk to someone about it. I find it amazing when people say they haven't had seizures in all these years. I'm working on it.
Yeah. I still can't believe it's been so long for me. It's the longest I've been since I started having seizures.
Maybe they finally figured it out. Maybe you didn't need all those meds and you just needed the two.
Right. I had no idea. I'm not complaining by any means, but at the same time, I know that it could happen at any moment. But I don't stress out. I don't know. I guess I don't worry about it because if it's going to happen, it's going to happen, and there's nothing I can do about it anyway. So try to remind myself that if you worry, you just suffer twice.
I like how you put that.
I
Yes,
read it
worrying
somewhere.
is. Oh, okay. Thank you for
Yeah,
passing
but I
that
mean,
one on.
it's true though. Worrying just makes you suffer twice.
Yeah, yeah.
Why worry? There's nothing you can do about it. Why worry?
Um, I could use some advice on moving out. So I'm a 22-year-old female who currently lives with her parents and a dog. The dog is mine. I work part-time retail job. Who is trying who is trying to get her college degree in marketing. However, right now I'm in a semester break to take care of some debt I want to pay back before I accumulate more, both medical and financial. I take care of all my debt. Really, the only thing is my parents help me with my car insurance, as half the time I don't even drive for a while because of my seizures, and I also pay a few bills here here to help as well. Anyways, I've been planning to move out to a space offered by my godparents for a very cheap price, mainly because my cousin lives in the same place, but she lives downstairs with her kids and husband. More of a duplex type space, and I'd have my own space. Only share space would be laundry, and honestly, I don't mind, especially for how much she's asking from me. Main reason I'm looking for advice is because currently I'm still treated like a child at home, and for my age, I'm still restricted from doing things as if I were still a teenager. So I don't know if this would be a good idea to move out when I have a disability. I wouldn't be alone as my boyfriend would move in with me as we're trying to take the next step. I was hoping those of you with experience living alone or moving out with your parents could help me with some tips and kind words since I'm really doubting my capabilities right now. Um, you guys don't live with your parents. You
You're
guys could give
right.
the best
Not,
advice.
not likely.
Oh, I forgot about that. I would say I do, so I don't have advice right now. But yeah, go ahead.
Your parents aren't going to stop treating you like you're their child who is incapable until you prove to them that you are capable. And it sounds like they're going to be moving to a safe space, especially if their boyfriend's moving in and they have family next door. All you can do is take precautions, one foot in front of the other, and don't stop living your life because of seizures.
Yeah. Um, I can say what I did do when I moved out. I wasn't living with my mom for 10 years. Uh, yeah, just take your medication. That's what it took for me. Take your medication as prescribed. Take your medication on time and as prescribed. Things should get better. Not saying they will, but they should get better. As for me, they did get better. All I do is start having to take it on time when I'm supposed to take it the same day and all that stuff. I was bad at one point in time, but yeah, I figured out if you take it, it'll work. Who would have ever thought?
Who would have thought?
Yeah. Moving out, if you have somebody downstairs, I guess that's good. Then you got your significant other. Jeff would know. That's great. Uh, yeah. If you're ever looking for advice, get in touch with Jeff. Get in touch with Jeff. I almost said Jeff D. Yeah, we're gonna start calling him Jeff D.
That works too.
Yeah, I could assume that being better than a parent. Uh, but yeah, and they're only 22 though. And they do a lot. They're trying to get a degree, and you pay a lot of bills at home just to help out. I'm doing pretty good.
One one thing I would say is don't drive.
Yeah,
They said something about driving sometimes. Don't drive.
yeah, uh,
It's dangerous.
yeah. So my parents help me pay car insurance, as I don't even drive for a while because of my seizures. Uh, that means you're driving. Period. If they're paying for insurance, they're hoping for you to drive one day. You don't pay that bill if nobody's going to do it. Um, anyhow, to the comments, one says, I mean, health wise, if your BF is with you, I think you should be okay since someone will be there. If you seize, as for everything else, it seems like you take care of yourself quite well, and I think you'll do great. Good luck. Yeah, I think we could do great. I want to try it one day again. Um, got a comment here that says my parents suggested that I buy a sliding door lock and put it up high enough on the door so I could only get it with a step ladder. That way I couldn't leave the apartment if I had a seizure. Uh, sounds like something Jeff was telling me to get.
Right.
It sounds like my
That's,
wandering seizures. Jeff was like, get a lock on the door. Uh, but to lock me in the house, it would suck. Um,
there are better ways to lock you in the house than to put a lock up high and you need a step ladder to get to. And
Yeah,
if there's a
that's
fire,
you got to find that step ladder, and if that step ladder is somewhere where that's already on fire, go
not a
get it.
good situation.
Yeah,
That's not a bright idea.
They probably don't love their child that much, if that's the idea.
mm,
Just- They didn't think about it too much.
And what's going to stop you from going out the window? I mean, there's
Yeah.
more than one way out of the house.
yeah. I never.
And does that mean they lock her room at night?
Come again?
Does that mean they lock the room at night? So the only way out
Mm.
is through that door? She needs
Yeah,
a
that
step
would
ladder to get out?
to have to go get a ladder every time to get out of the room sounds like too much work just to get out of the room. Uh, yeah. But I remember in the beginning, Jeff, when I told you, he was like, "Get a lock put on the door, get a lock on the outside." Uh,
Yeah, but not, so high that you need a step ladder.
yeah, the step ladder, that part got me too. Yeah, mainly because everything catches on fire. You got to go find a step ladder just to get out. Uh,
Yeah.
you'd be stuck. One last comment here says, considering the circumstances, I don't see why not. You'd have your BF who understands and accepts you, cheap rent, and best of all, independence. Wishing you the best of luck with your choice. Yeah, that's cool. I'm proud for anybody who gets their independence back. Someone else here says, I'm scared of what will happen if I'm diagnosed. I'm 21 and I've been having what I think are focal seizures for almost 5 years now. All the strong deja vu, nausea, feeling of dread, and jumbled up memory afterwards stuff. None of the loss of consciousness or speech ability. They usually happen in groups of two within a week, every 3 or 4 months. Over time, I've been able to recognize triggers as soon as they happen, and I'm able to talk myself out of symptoms in a moment or so. I know that probably sounds, I know that probably doesn't mean anything, LOL. I got referred to a neurologist a year ago, but I've seriously been dragging my feet going. If I lost my license, I'd be completely screwed when I'm away from my folks at university. And I don't know how I'd function my day to day life without the ability to drive myself to and from work and classes. I'm also super scared of stuff I've seen about medication side effects here, but also don't want to die randomly one day, right? So that's tricky. I guess I don't know what my question or search for advice is. I really just don't know what to do. Um, they say it's a question, but there is no question here, and they're not sure if this is advice or not. So they're just asking for advice. Um,
Don't drive.
there you go. I do suggest uh, talking to a neurologist as soon as possible because I've heard of people saying they didn't go see a doctor for a while until they ran into a SUDEP situation and had to be brought back and all that. You don't want to wait till you have a worst of the worst seizures to finally go get it figured out. Because then there's going to be a waiting period if you have to finally go on to get to see a neurologist and appointments and all that. Get it set up. I mean, my suggestions if you're having seizures, to stop having seizures, take your medication as prescribed. Thoughts, Andrea? Jeff? Jeff D?
Pretty much what you guys said. Go to your doctor, don't drive.
Yeah. Jeff D says don't drive.
Yeah.
Um, some of the comments here. One says, I have focal awares too. Mine are different, but my epilepsy specialist told me that most people with focal aware of epilepsy can still drive. I hope that helps a little bit. Another comment here says, hey, could you be like me and have zero side effects from meds and still can drive because they control it? We do exist. Do you lose your license permanently where you live? Hmm. This person sounds like they're doing good. Zero side effects on the med they're on, and they drive. She said, we do exist. Hmm. Congratulations.
I could technically go get my license now, but I always have the what if in my head, and it's not worth it to me. I'm doing okay.
I still have my license. I never got my license taken away.
Oh, yeah. I remember the day you got in the car accident. Well, not the car accident, but you said, I'll never drive again. I just crashed into my neighbor's car.
Yeah,
And he said that was the
you
last
know,
time.
just parking, and that's it.
Um,
See you later.
I got something else here that says, my neurologist thinks strangulation could be the cause of my epilepsy. Has anyone been through this? I'm feeling pretty wobbly because if he's right, it's yet another blow. Strangulation, I think cutting off the circulation, cutting off the air, you can cause a seizure, I would assume.
Yeah, you cut off the air blood to your brain, and that's going to cause brain damage at some point, and any kind of brain damage can cause seizures, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes, that I heard of. I don't get strangled. I have not been through it. Um, yeah, that one you gotta talk to your neurologist more. Because if he said that it could be, he thinks that strangulation could be the cause of the epilepsy. Follow his directions, and those neurologists know best. At least they think they do. Uh, anyhow, got another
I
something
would,
here. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I wish they provided more context to that whole story, and but that's just me. Why are they being strangled? Is this
That's what
something
I
that
was
happened
thinking.
one time a long time ago, or is this something that happens regularly? That just
That's what I was thinking. I
glad
was thinking, could it be your fault for the strangulation? Is this something you can't avoid? Um, yeah, that one left a lot of questions, but I didn't say anything. But since you say that, that's what I was thinking too. Uh,
my brain was just going
how do you
really
think you're
had
getting strangled on a
Well, you
regular?
never know. Yeah, so
right,
Maybe
is the person being abused and they get strangled regularly?
right.
is it? They didn't say abuse, so I was thinking maybe it's not abuse. Maybe,
Well, you don't know.
um,
It's out in it's
yeah,
left
you never
open.
know. Um,
Just
yeah,
not enough info. But yes, I would say it definitely could lead to seizures.
yeah, it could be some BDSM, and yeah, then you got to stop with that. You got to slow down with the strangulation. Uh, it's a big deal when you're seizing because of it. And I always say, if you can prevent it and you know something that's going to start a seizure, then don't do it. I wish I knew what would start mine, and then I just not do it. But
Well, you know
yeah,
where yours come from, though.
yeah, I do.
You had a TBI. That's why you have seizures.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. That sucks. But I got something else here. It says, if you forget to bring your meds, if you forget to bring your meds with you often, this might be common, but leave some in that little pocket in all of your jeans, your jacket pockets and bags, everything with your own pocket space. I've saved I've been saved so many times by this. I not forget my I not forget my meds at home, but I forget to take it. It's asking for advice. Um, so this person is saying they're taking their medication with them, asking for advice, and they still forget to take it. Put an alarm on, and if you got it in that little pocket, it's arm's reach. Um, but if you're going out and not taking your medication and having it on you, anything that happens after that is kind of your fault. Um, Sorry to put it like that, but yeah,
I want to know how they have all these extra pills to be stashing them everywhere.
right. That did cross my mind too. Just stashing pills. I can't stash pills in pants. I might forget it. It might get washed. Now
Right,
I'm
that's
down a
gonna go
pill.
through the washing machine.
And
Yeah.
now I'm down a pill because I washed it. Don't have that pill anymore. It could be six pairs of pants. And now when it's time to get a refill, I don't have any pills because I missed 6 days in the washing machine. Yeah, they usually call me for my refill ready within 4 days. So I don't lose many pills and I don't put them in pants pockets. Uh,
I can't lose any pills or I wouldn't have all my meds.
yeah. Um, I was oh man, forgot what I was gonna say. Anyhow, Jeff, do you forget your meds?
Uh, no, I when I'm home, sometimes I'll forget to take them for an hour or so. Um, when I go out, Liz takes them with her and gives them to me. And um,
Yeah. Mm.
but I never, just completely forget.
I
Yeah.
think I've only missed a couple of, like, I forgot to take my night meds a couple of times.
Um, Luckily I have not, uh, because I try to remember like within the periods of time, like did I take my pills every night on time? It's never on time because it's usually I snooze the alarm for a little bit. So I'm working on that, but been taking them every night. Uh, it's never like sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night and be like, did I take my pills? And then I look at the pill thing and I didn't take it. But I've been taking my pills as prescribed, like I should have been doing. And the past 5 to 3 years, it's been decent. Or should I say 3 to 5? Past 3 to 5 years, it's been good, better when I take it at least. Hmm. I got something here and it says, what am I experiencing? So I've noticed this twice and I've never felt this before. For context, I'm 19 and I have absent seizures and absent seizures and absent epilepsy since I was 9. So I've tried to go to sleep for a nap, and right in between that falling asleep phase and being awake, my body stops me. I obviously have my eyes shut, but my tongue kind of tingles and my back tenses and I kind of shiver. Then I hear what I can only describe as a gunshot, which wakes me up. I'm aware of what's going on, but I can't bring myself out of it. Is this insomnia or something? I'm scared. ICL, uh, because I've never felt anything like this before. The ICL, I'm not exactly sure what that means. Uh, But yeah, that sounds
I
like sleep
I can't
paralysis a
lie.
little bit. Go ahead, Andrew.
It's shorthand for I can't lie.
Oh, okay. Um, yeah, that sounds like sleep paralysis. Get that checked out. The eyes closed and the tongue, that sounds like a TC. If your eyes are closed and you can't move and your tongue is tingling, uh, and your back is tense, that could be an aware TC, but your eyes are closed, so you can't tell. Uh, yeah, on my aware ones, I think my eyes were open because I started with my eyes open. But if you had a TC in your sleep and you never opened your eyes, then you never know. That you need to go see a neurologist about fast, as soon as possible, if you don't want it to keep happening. In your sleep could be SUDEP, and then yeah.
Yeah, definitely get into the doctor.
Some comments here. One says it almost sounds like a hypnic jerk. That's going a bit far off the rails, but the tongue tingling and that gunshot sound is pretty specific and worth mentioning to your neuro. The last comment here says it definitely sounds like explosive head syndrome paired with myoclonic jerks. Hmm. As scary as the name can be, EHS is a harmless sleep disorder that causes the sound. I don't personally suffer from EHS, but I do have myoclonic seizures, and the back tensing sounds like myoclonic jerk. They kind of feel like falling in a dream and waking up from it, the jerking sensation. Also, I should state that I'm not a medical expert, so please bring it up with your doctor just in case. What do you think that could be, Andrea?
What?
That sounds like, to me, it sounds like they're having the aware TC, but then your eyes are closed. That's what that sounded like to me, because they said it sounds like they're having the seizure and stuff. Uh, I haven't
This
had
is
the
one of those this is one
gunshot
of those that
thing.
I don't have a clue. I got no idea. That's why I just say go to the doctor because we're not neurologists.
Right.
It's
Neurologists
it
will be
could
able to
be
let you
so
know
many
better.
different things. Yeah, it could be a whole variety of things.
Um, yeah, check it out and put an update if you are watching. I want to know an update on that one. Um, Low energy
Yes,
tips.
sir.
I have always had low energy with my medications, and no matter how much sleep I get, I am always exhausted. I can never really, uh, oh, it was never really an issue before, as I was young and could take a day or two off. But now I'm working full time and I don't want to take time off. But the middle of the day, it's taking everything I have to not fall asleep. I love to do things after work, but all I want to do is go home and sleep. I was wondering if anyone has any advice about this. Are there any vitamin supplements that could help? Dietary changes, lifestyle habits? Obviously, would seek doctor's advice for supplements and dietary changes, and etc. I'm trying to cut back on sugar to avoid crashing, drinking a lot, drinking lots, and trying to get consistent amount of sleep. The question is here: any tips on this? Um, I suggest B12 by Nature's Made, by
I
Nature
still
Made,
need
not
to
Nature's.
I still need to go get mine.
You can go do that while I flash this bottle for
Okay.
yeah.
I'm still
Wish I
listening.
I wish I had like the Jeopardy sound to make right now. Play that little song while waiting on Andrea.
There's
Um,
probably copyright.
oh yeah, that part and we're live too. They take the video down. Don't want to do that. Anyhow, when I start taking that B12, um, the fatigue that the Motrigine gave me, that B12 helped with the fatigue. And yeah, B12 gummies by Nature Made, extra strength, 3,000 micrograms. It's been good for me. Uh, yeah, and they're good. So sometimes you might take more than you need. I mean, I have before, but not recently. Like when I first started taking them and it said take 2 a day, I was taking three. Like, maybe two isn't enough. Then I was just like, okay, maybe two is enough, and I'll just take two. And I stuck with that for the last year. And I've had B12 in my system ever since.
And no focals.
And no focals. Yeah. Shout out to Nature Made. Um, got some comments here. One says cutting back on sugar is a good, but don't cut out too much because you will get low blood sugar, which is even worse. I'd recommend drink vitamin D. Omega 3s, I drank those when I was still on meds. Two months. Now I'm 2 months epilepsy and medication free, 2 years seizure free. Congratulations.
That's awesome.
Yeah. High five to you. Another comment here says you can nap after lunch, 15 to 25 minutes max. I never had a problem with needing. Actually, I worked at nighttime, so I never had a problem with needing sleep after work. Because I can get off at 11 o'clock, then I go home and go to sleep. And those were the good times before the insomnia started. Once the insomnia started, that getting some sleep, mm, just a hope and a wish. But also, remember I said you could build a tolerance to the RSO? You could still build a tolerance, but you could still take it every day, because what I noticed is if I take it earlier in the day, then it affects me better at nighttime. I could be asleep by 1 if I take it around 6. Uh, First time I took it, I was asleep within 2 hours. But now I noticed that the other time I took it and used the rest of it, uh, took it at 6, and I was getting tired around like 10 something. And it was before 10 something. I was getting tired around 9 something. And I was kept telling myself, we just got to stay up till 10. That's med time. And I was fighting it. And I was just like, okay, now I know. Take it earlier and it'll affect me later on instead of expecting it to come in 30 minutes. Uh, so,
That's
yeah,
very interesting.
yeah, I had to do all those tests on myself just to figure out what works. But yeah, taking it earlier in the day. I found that out when I took the RSO with Mark live. And then later on that night, I was tired. And I was like, it's kind of interesting because, yeah, so that helps with that. But I ran out recently. So, going to get some more soon, maybe next month. Never know. Um, Low energy tips. Jeff, you got any tips on low energy?
RSO. You
Mm.
just
Does that
said
make
it.
you more energetic?
It can, depending on what
Oh
strain you
yeah,
use.
they have sativas.
Yeah, you get a
I didn't
sativa,
think about that.
or you get a sativa dominant hybrid,
Um,
Never
and
thought about that.
yeah, that's perfect. Put a little, get a little spoonful with peanut butter, and
what I
there
do
you go.
is
Or ice
I put
cream.
a spoonful of ice cream. I like that one.
Yeah,
Um, Somebody else did it, and then that's when I was like, I'll try it. And what I noticed is that when you put it on the ice cream, it instantly gets hard. So, um,
You just swallow it whole.
yeah.
If it gets all hard, you just swallow it.
Yeah, some people put it all under your tongue and let it wait a while and go under there. I just swallow it and it hits me whenever it does. Yeah, or the peanut butter. Just swirl it with the peanut butter and it reminds me of that peanut butter and jelly. And
Yeah.
and then do it like that. Um, yeah. What's that? Smuckers and I forgot the peanut butter and jelly come together. Forgot the name of it.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what the name is.
Yeah. By Smuckers. I remember seeing that much. Maybe a bunch of other companies makes it, but yeah. Anyhow, triggered by microwave buzzing. I was recently diagnosed with focal epilepsy just a few days ago. So far, not a lot of major triggers have been found except for the microwave. Anytime I've gone to the microwave, somehow the buzzing makes me want to gag, and then I have a minor focal aware seizure. It's very strange to me. Has anyone else experienced anything like this or any weird triggers? Depend what a weird trigger is to you, but that sounds like an interesting trigger, not a weird trigger. Uh, the microwave.
It's not something that's as commonly heard of, at least by me.
Yeah, I haven't found any triggers, so I don't have any weird ones. Uh, I'm sorry about that. Jeff, any known
And
triggers?
no stress, I think.
The microwave doesn't bother me because I sit in front of it sometimes waiting for it to count down to one. I don't know if I'm the only person who opens it at one, but
Then you don't have to listen to a ding.
yeah, that's why I do that. And you know, listen to the beep 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 afterwards. Uh,
Mine doesn't
microwave
do that.
buzzing. No?
No, it just says end.
Oh,
Doesn't make any noise.
I need a
No,
reminder.
I
That
usually
reminder is,
forget that that it ends because it doesn't make any noise. I'm always
yeah.
expecting it to, make a beep at the end, and it never does.
It's weird.
Yeah, it is.
The air fryer, like it has a song to it, like a ding dong something. I don't know the pattern, but it has a little song, a little jingle it plays when it's going off. Uh, not the one I have here, but before I moved here, and the microwave, and I just cut that off so I don't have to go with that. Um, yeah. Am I the only one who stops it at one?
I don't always do it, but if I'm standing there, I will.
I stand there so I can. If it's anything less than a minute, I'll stand there.
Well, sometimes I got other stuff going on. I can't just stand by the microwave.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Um, went to the comments here about the microwave. First comment is interesting because it says, I have heard cicadas. Is it cicadas or cicadas? I know it's those,
Cicada.
yeah, and I've seen those before in a movie, not in person. So, um, those are some big bugs. Anyone how it says, I heard cicadas triggered them, so it is possible. Hmm. Another person here says that's bizarre, but makes weird kind of sense. Uh, it's like really concentrated electrical hum right next to your head. Not like it happened with a microwave myself, but certain fluorescent lights set me off in a similar way, and a low flickery buzz just scrambles something for a second. And one more comment here says, here, you're not alone. I have focals every time I shave my beard. That sucks. Uh, anyway, I'll keep going. Makes going to barbers really annoying when I'm just proper staring blankly into space, and they're asking me if I want it shorter. Sometimes I have my partner take a shaver off, take the shaver off me mid focal because I've left myself in a hole, left myself with a hole in my beard on one side. Mm. I do not get the focals from it, uh, from the shaver, but I have had a myoclonic while shaving, and I shaved off all of my sideburns on the side. Uh, I just put my hair down, and then nobody noticed. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad, bad. It was like no missing it. If I didn't have hair, there was no missing that. Because I try to like line it up correctly, and this time I just on an angle, just missing all that. Yeah, I don't know how people
Grows
didn't
back.
notice. Yeah, eventually when I pointed it out, they're like, "Oh, we didn't notice." And I'm like, "Oh, well, hey, if you guys go back and watch episodes months back, let's say in August of last year, it's around there." Uh, anyhow, you said the buzzing has never bothered you, Andrea?
No.
Okay, got something here that says, "Can you guys react to stimuli during a seizure?" I have a friend who during certain kinds of seizures, they seem to react just a little bit to stimuli. Like they'll flinch if they're suddenly touched during a seizure, and they say they're somewhat aware whenever they do. Is this normal? I'm curious.
What
Uh,
kind of seizures?
uh, they said when suddenly touched, they flinch. That sounds like maybe a focal.
So I was gonna say, like, if I'm having some of my focals, then usually I can respond, but if it's a TC, I don't have a clue what I do. I'm unconscious.
Yeah, during a focal, um, I'm can't respond either. My memory is so bad that once I come out of the focal, I could be staring at him and listening to him, and then once I come out of it, I can tell him, "I didn't hear what you said, so I think that was a focal. Uh, say it again," and that's how that happens. Yeah, the blanking out during the TC. Yeah, just never aware when that happens. It's just snap of a finger. One moment I'm good, next moment I'm not.
The next moment you wake up on the floor wondering what the fuck happened. Where am I?
Yeah, yeah. Or I'll wake up propped up, sitting somewhere in a room full of people. Then they'll look
Jeff,
at
are
me
you
like,
okay? Jeff?
I hate to turn this camera off. Jeff, we're gonna end it here, you guys. Oh, there you go.
You okay?
Um,
Now I'm going. Thanks.
see you later.
Okay.
Have a good rest of your day. Um, yeah. So everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button and put some hearts in the question. Put some hearts in the comment area for Jeff. He just had a
Definitely.
focal, and yeah, he'll be all right. He'll be in the comments soon. Um, yeah. So on to the next one. Anxiety and epilepsy. How do you cope with the anxiety of having another seizure? I had a big TC a few months ago and woke up on the sidewalk surrounded by paramedics. I was extremely scared. I think it was more traumatic than I expected. still working through that one. Anyhow, how do you deal with the fear of having another one? It causes me so much anxiety, panic, particularly when out in public alone. Panic and seizures can be hard to differentiate. Did I say that? Differentiate
Yes.
to make more sense. Any advice is welcome. Um, Coping with it, I just try not to. Well, I just don't think about it. And I'm trying not to think about it. I just don't think about it. If it happens, it happens. It's something that is out of your control. Take your medication, do what the doctor says, and if you're still having seizures, then yeah, nothing you can
That's
do.
pretty
I
much,
just yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
I was gonna say pretty much the same thing as you can't go around worrying about when you're gonna have another seizure. You have to live your life.
Mhm.
Because if it's gonna happen, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
But you can't just put your life on hold because you're afraid.
yeah, yeah. Don't let epilepsy stop you from doing things. You can do anything with the right precautions.
That's right.
And to the comments here, one says it's probably because I've had it through all of my existence, but I've never really been anxious about it. Even when I used to have what I think were focal motor awareness seizures, I could see why others might might be though, especially when it's one with the later onset. Another comment says, uh, "I chant it's not worth my health." All right. Do you have any problems with anxiety?
Not generally. I mean, I know that I have been had really bad anxiety around the time that I was having TCs, but it's been long enough now that I don't know if that was just because of stuff going on in my life or if that had something to do with the seizures themselves.
Hmm. Okay. I got something here that's a little different. It says post seizure ritual. What is a in quote tradition that you have after a seizure? I know from lots of personal experiences that seizures suck, but what do you guys do after one, especially a big one, to make yourself feel better, to comfort yourself? I personally get try to make sure. I personally get try to make sure I have ice cream and or jello in the house after a TC because I usually decimate my tongue during a seizure to the point where it's really hard to eat anything and I go to sleep earlier than usual. Do you have any tricks to help with the pain after biting your tongue? Tricks? No. Um,
Rinse
I
your
just
mouth out with warm salt water.
well, yeah. Someone also said that or peroxide, but to take
Yep,
away
that
the
too.
pain, I kind of just deal with it and eat soft stuff, like some people say. And I
I
smoke.
remember I think the salt water is supposed to help everything heal faster, therefore hurt less.
Nice. Uh,
I think my dentist told me about that one, but I've heard the
Good to know.
peroxide before too.
Good to know. Uh,
Peroxide tastes very sour, by the way. At
yeah, I've heard
least
that
that's what,
too. I've heard that it works, but it sucks. The taste sucks, but it works.
yeah.
And they kept saying, but it works, but it is nasty. So,
If you're in enough
have,
pain, you'll do a lot of things.
luckily have not had any bad ones. Um, Recently. Uh, so yeah, I haven't had the chew the tongue problem. I maybe had like a little nip on the side or something. But my most recent past 8 or 9 seizures haven't been bad at all. At the worst, it was because I was outside in public alone. That was the worst one, and I broke my thumb. But uh, I'm gonna say I haven't had any bad seizures. I think that one was bad because I was standing and I was on cement. So obviously there was nothing surrounding me, so I just hit the dirt and or cement, literally, and yeah, forgot where I was at with that. But yeah, oh yeah, bad
What
seizures.
do you do after your seizures
Uh,
other than go get a popsicle?
oh, I hit my vape pen. I was just showing you, like from personal
Oh,
experience, you could just see. I usually hit the vape
so you
pen and try to get out of my body. Um, yeah, not like using. That I was gonna say not like using drugs, trying to get out of my body, but that's exactly what weed is. It's a drug. But yeah, I just smoke some weed and keep going about the day. Don't let it slow me down. Just be like, okay, you had a seizure. Pay attention now, so there isn't another one. Uh, it's
paying
usually how it
attention hasn't
goes.
ever done me any good.
Right. It's like that with me. It's when I pay attention, I'm like, okay, this could be it. This is a sign. It's usually nothing. But then it's when I'm like, okay, I'm good. This always happens. This isn't a sign. It happens. So I don't know what to pay attention to these days. Like I said, when I do try to pay attention, nothing happens. Uh, last time I tried to pay attention, I had a stroke. And luckily, I was able to tell them that it was not a seizure because they kept trying to push it seizure, seizure. And come to find out, it was a stroke. Uh,
That whole thing's messed up. How
yeah.
that all went down for you. That whole thing was just messed up. Sorry you went through that.
Yeah, you guys, everybody out there watching, um, we're going to talk to a lawyer soon. And he told me that he could do the lawsuit for me, but he said it was going to be like $400,000 or something like that. And then he's like, but most likely once that money hits your bank account, you're gonna lose your health insurance. So he was like, I don't think it's a good idea to do it. You can keep your health insurance. And I was like, that is a good idea. Um, so I'm not pressing forward with the idea of suing the hospital for delaying the stroke treatment. But anyhow, put any ideas on that, put those ideas in the comments and I'll look into it later. Um, Yeah, but good thing I was able to tell it wasn't a seizure because I kept telling myself something feels weird. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna get in my bed and surround myself with pillows. And I missed that bed. It had so many pillows. Um, and yeah, nothing happened. And then I was just like, what's going on? I feel weird. And then I was trying to make calls, but it felt like my thumb was pressing the whole screen every time I tried to dial a number. Um, so that was weird. I couldn't tell what was going on still, and I'm just like, why is my eyes blurry? So I'm just still laying there having a stroke, not knowing what's going on because it's really not like a pounding feeling on your chest. It's just brain going through some shit. And then I dropped my phone on my chest, and one hand couldn't reach for it, which I thought was weird. And that's when my brain went into panic, and I instantly thought, what the hell is going on? Why can't I grab my phone? And I don't know why I didn't think, just use your other hand. I'm still struggling to figure out why the left one isn't working. And yeah. So then eventually I was like, oh, I'm gonna throw up. And I couldn't figure out why I couldn't move. So I used my right hand and I drug myself to the edge of the bed where the little garbage can was, threw up in the garbage can, and then the garbage can tipped over And then I was getting ready to throw up again. So instead of throwing up all over myself or falling in the puddle of throw up, I put the one arm down that did work. I put that arm on the throw up and I just kind of pushed myself off the bed and jumped over the throw up and laid on the floor for like 3 hours before anyone noticed. Um, Lucky to be here.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I was thinking, what's going to happen? Why can't I move? Because once I got on the floor, then I couldn't move anymore, like whole body. And no one was home. Could have been really bad. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Good times, good times. Post seizure ritual. What do you do after a seizure?
Usually I just depends on how I feel because I've had seizures where I'm mostly just tired and sit on the couch and play on my phone or watch TV or movie or something. And I've had other seizures where I'm like knocked out in bed for 2 days. And I've had other seizures where I feel completely fine and would argue with you that I didn't have a seizure. Like, no, I didn't have a seizure. My head doesn't hurt. I feel fine. Nothing happened. So it just depends on how bad the seizure was and how I feel. But I would say my stock answer would be as little as possible till my brain and body recovers.
Mine is 100% one of these two answers. Either someone's going to send me to the emergency room, or I wake up, or not wake up, come to, uh, and I'm somewhere already propped up, sitting there looking like I'm cool. So they had probably been thought for hours I had come to. And yeah, then I finally come to it. I'm sitting somewhere like all comfortable and shit. No, I finally came to and wondering why am I on this couch when I was in the room. That's what it was for the one before the last one. It was just like, why am I sitting here? I know I'm not supposed to be here. I was just doing the podcast. And yeah, then I looked down at the phone, podcast on the phone. I'm like, oh, hi, guys. I don't know how long I was gone. Uh,
I don't remember that. Was that before I was here?
no, you were here. You were here. Um, it may have been like late August, early September, before the stroke, but you were here, so it had to be after August. Between August and October. October 5th, I had a stroke.
I don't remember you having a seizure on the podcast.
I
I
don't
mean,
think
I'm
you were
not saying it
here.
didn't happen. I
Oh, it
wasn't there
happened.
for it. I
I
believe
seen it.
you. I'm
I
waiting
got
for
the
the day I
footage.
have one.
Uh, I got the footage, and those are hilarious to me. Uh, what happened during that one was I was just talking, just like me and you right now, and then I just
Is this
got
the one where
quiet.
you just laid over? Didn't you have
Yeah,
one where you just laid over?
yeah, that's the one happened. I was on the podcast, and then having a full conversation, read the post, and then I just laid back like this, and then didn't say anything. I don't know. They thought nothing of it. Um, it was just a focal. I could see that I'm there. It's just like I don't know why I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I wasn't in a rush to do it. It was just weird. It was just like, what's going on feeling? And I couldn't move and I'm having a focal. I don't know I'm having a focal. But eventually when I sat up, I was like, I had a focal, huh? And they're like, I think so. Uh, and yeah, that was the second to last. Oh no, that was the second to last seizure. Um, they thought it could have been a focal. Uh, but my mom said she found me in the bathroom. So that was like, I think that was one of those where I just blank out, have those phases in between. Because sometimes I have those seizures to where I have just a bunch of bits and pieces. Um, there's like the day I went to the store, I had one of the wandering seizures, and I went to the smoke shop actually. And I remember bits and pieces of that day. I remember like getting dressed, cleaning my whole room, um, doing my hair, probably shaved and all that. Like the whole day, I kept thinking, what am I getting ready for? And then I remember coming to, and I was at the sidewalk. I was walked out of the apartment complex, and I was standing at the sidewalk. I remember thinking, why am I at the sidewalk? And thought nothing of it. Next thing I remember, I was at the park down the street. I don't remember the walk to the next place. Next place I was at the smoke shop. And he said that I was walking around the island in the smoke shop over and over. He said he watched me do it for like 20 minutes. And I was like, seriously? 20 minutes? Just around and around. There's nothing but bongs and stuff like that in there. And he was like, bro, you was there for 20 minutes. He was like, I swear. And I was like, I believe you. Uh,
And he just left you alone and didn't try
just
and talk to you or anything?
He said he thought it was weird. He said, but he didn't know whether to say something. He was like, he said, I thought I was going to say something. He said, I thought if I said something, then you'd just be like, I'm okay. He was like, so I was just waiting for you to finish. Uh, he's like, but I thought something was weird. Yeah, something was weird. I
You were
just,
deep in thought.
yeah, because he said that's what I was doing. I kept walking around to like one bong on one side of the glass, and then I would look at it for a few minutes, or I'd look around at it. He said it looked like I was just legit looking at stuff, and then
Browsing?
I would stop. Yeah, and he said some of them I would be sitting there for like 2 or 3 minutes, which he thought was weird because I'm not moving, but I'm sitting there looking at it. He said, so he didn't know if something was going on. And I told him, yeah, I was having a seizure. And he was like, I was kind of thinking that, but I didn't want to say that. And then you jump out and be like, I'm okay. And I told him, you've seen one. At least you got to see one. Um, then I remember waking up at home. Um, but he told me that finally he said something. Uh, he came over and he like asked me, did I need help or something? And then I said, shut up. And I walked away.
You're so friendly.
Right. Like, shut up. And just walk out. So I put those bits and pieces together. And then he put the rest of the pieces together for me when I told him I remember coming here, or I remember being over here somewhere. I apologize. So if you guys are having wandering seizures, someone please get in touch and tell me what kind of seizure is that. I haven't had one in a while. And yeah,
I
those
would
are
say that's
fun.
a focal impaired awareness.
Yeah, it hasn't happened in a while, but those are fun. Uh yeah,
So you,
not
so you got
fun,
to
but
pay
then
for the
over.
Uber back home.
Oh yeah. Oh man, even worse. I left my phone in the Uber. Uh that was the whole problem. Only
How'd
because
you
I
get it
needed
back?
uh finally someone let me use their phone. People were really like ignoring me, like no, not even saying no. I'd be like, can I use your phone? And they just like keep walking, and I'm like, bruh, you cannot miss me. Like I'm 6'2", I'm bigger than most of those people. And then finally someone was like, what's the number? And I was like, oh yeah, I'll deal with that. You want to dial it and all that? Called it on speakerphone once, nobody answered. Called it twice, and the guy answered. And then I was like, "Can you bring me my phone?" And he's like, "No, I can't. I gotta take it to the what's it called? To the headquarters of Uber, which was in downtown San Francisco." which I wasn't too far from, but I was still like, he was like, I'm gonna take it down there and you can go get it. Then I was like, I'll give you money. Then he was like, all right, I'll come. And then he came and he brought the phone, and because luckily I needed the phone to pay for everything, so I was stuck without money. I was stranded, literally, and just waiting on that phone to come back. And he pulled up, and then I gave him that money, that tip for bringing my phone. But then as soon as I opened the Uber app, it took $20 more and gave it to him. It told me, um, so he got $30. That's what
Lucky
it
guy.
said on my screen. It said that he will receive the whole $20, and it wasn't even like asking me did I want to do the payment. It was telling me we've charged your card $20 because of this. Um, I guess it's still nice me giving him the $10, but if I knew he was already going to get 20 that they were going to take from me, then I wouldn't have gave him 10. Uh, how do you
At
feel
least you
about
got your stuff
tips?
back.
Yeah, I was thankful about that. I was just like, I got the phone, and can pay for anything now. Um, and I went to get food, so uh, couldn't get the food. Couldn't get an Uber to leave the place where I was gonna get the food. Just wait in the parking lot for the driver to come back. And yeah,
You
um,
need to write a book,
I am.
like your life story book.
I'm gonna wait for that one, but I got another one on the way. Uh, you're not waiting for my life story. My life
I would
story
love to
is
hear your life story.
there's just going to be a blank from in between chapter 10 to 40 because I started having seizures in between there. um, I remember my childhood really good. Um, remember everything that happened. Just my short term isn't good, but I remember when having regular days and how things went, people and all that. But these days, I can't remember last week. I can't remember this morning or yesterday. I just remember I was procrastinating yesterday. I remember telling myself that in my dream too.
What were
Yeah,
you procrastinating?
editing. But I was watching TV, but I just couldn't pay attention to both at this time. So I ended up watching more TV and not editing. So now I got a decent amount of editing to do today and all this weekend. Uh, good times. No one's shown up yet. Everybody out there, press that thumbs up button. I don't know who's out there and watching because I'm not. Let's see.
Can you
How
see
many
who's
people?
watching?
No, not yet.
It's probably me and you because it says there's two people watching and I have it open on my phone.
I'm not watching, so
Oh, well, somebody's watching.
most likely Jeff or somebody else.
Angel
Um,
was the last one in the comments. Could be Angel.
shout out to Angel on hell, as we used to call him,
Right.
because he would fall asleep during the podcast. Uh,
I remember
but
that.
yeah, he would be
I've done
here.
it.
I never noticed. Fall asleep? I never noticed.
Yeah, one time you guys were up super duper late and I was just basically I was just listening and I had my camera shut off and I had my phone sitting like on the pillow next to me and I went to sleep listening to you guys.
Hmm. I remember there was one time with Angel. Um, we seen the phone, like you know how you see the ceiling, and then you see the floor, you see the ceiling, and then you know it's toppling going down to the floor. Um, he had already hadn't said anything for a while, and the screen was black, and I think that was because the lights were out. But it was like 3 o'clock his time when he finally woke up because we were live all that day, and usually it gets late and we keep going. We do insomniacs once it gets late. And then eventually we see the phone turn over and we see his face. And we're like, "Oh, Angel, how you doing?" And he's like, not saying nothing. He's like blinking. He's like, "Oh, what's up?" Then he ended it. But yeah, he had been asleep for like 3 or 4 hours before he finally came back. And yeah,
It's what
I'm gonna
Xcopri
start.
will do to you.
Yeah. And we talked about it later on that day because he didn't remember the morning telling us what's up and then hanging up. Yeah. The time difference thing is a big deal.
Yeah,
Because
because
sometimes
you're 2 hours earlier than me.
I'm ahead of everybody, mostly most people, except for Chip, Jocelyn, and Tom. Everybody else is and James. Everybody else is a different time zone. I was gonna say different coasts, but yeah.
I'm on the way to the other coast. I'm just not on a
Yay.
coast.
To the coast, but not on the coast. You're kind of in the middle though. So
Right.
which coast is the other coast? Because
I'm saying I'm about halfway from you to the other coast. The coast that you're on to the other coast.
oh, so
Where
you're
like
like
Toaster's
directly
at.
in the middle.
Right. I'm like halfway.
Um, mm.
I'm the most centrally located of anyone.
um, so someone has something here and it says I'm going in for another EEG on Wednesday morning. Typically, I smoke weed every day. Most of every Typically I smoke weed every day, most of every day. Every time I have a seizure, I had I had to quit due to raising my anxiety. I think spell correct, make quick for them instead of quit. Okay. Every time I had a seizure, I had to quit due to raising my anxiety, which in part was probably due to being extremely low on vitamin D. I figured I probably, oh, I figured I quite 48 hours before EEG, but I've seen some people say it might be best to keep smoking so they can see what normally is going on. I sent a message to my neurologist and waiting on a reply, but I figured I'd ask here. Uh, yeah, I say if you usually smoke around when you're usually having seizures, then that's a good thing to continue to do because you want to have seizures when you go to the EMU. You don't want to
Yeah.
go there and not have seizures because that's a waste of time and boring. Uh, then they don't find out anything. And yeah, keep smoking weed. Uh,
I smoked in the hotel parking lot the night before my last EMU stay, so
and still didn't have a seizure.
still
So
didn't have a seizure. But mine
that
aren't
says
related. Smoking and seizures don't go together for me.
me either.
So
Mm. I'm usually high, so I don't know. Then they'd be like,
ambulatory and I was high like the entire fucking week. Because that's all I had to do was sit around and get high. Because I couldn't
mm,
leave the house, couldn't go do anything. It seemed like a perfect vacation to me.
it's in all caps, all caps. To have a seizure, they should have just put that in quotes so they can see it, examine it, the exercises they do and try to induce a seizure, they would say, don't change what you're doing.
They'll make the changes they want to make when you get to the hospital.
Yeah. I got something here. It says infrequent seizures, always triggered by pain, blood, or feeling unwell. Anyone else? Hi, everyone. I'm trying to figure out if anyone shares my experiences because I've never quite been able to make sense of it. For as long as I can remember, I've had occasional seizures, maybe once every few years, and looking back, every single one has followed by the same pattern. There's always a physical trigger first, then I go dizzy or faint, and then I lose consciousness and seize. The earliest, the earliest was when I was about 5 or 6. I stubbed my toe badly. While out, my mom saw the blood, felt dizzy, and went down. As a teenager, I fainted at school on a hot day when I was probably dehydrated. Another time, I was getting my eyebrows threaded and the pain set off. In 2023, it happened right after fasting. Blood tests, I felt fine, stood up, and collapsed. And the most recent one was a couple of nights ago. I had been vomiting with an upset stomach, felt dizzy on the toilet, and my husband caught me as I went down. He said, my eyes rolled back, my body twitched about 30 seconds, and my hands clenched. So, common thread is always pain, the sight of blood, heat, fasting, or being unwell, never out of nowhere. I actually saw a neurologist when I was 23. My scans came back normal with nothing concerning, and the only likely thread they could point to was my periods and hormones. I took some meds before, during, and after my period for a while. I hate when there's no comments. I mean, no punctuation.
Sounds to me like
Anyhow,
they need to get their diet and lifestyle under control because they're talking about being dehydrated all the time and not, fasting and not eating, and all of that stuff can lower your seizure threshold.
yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna keep reading because it says something interesting here. It says, I'm not on any medication right now. And sure enough, I was expecting my period during this most recent seizure, too. So I'm increasingly wondering whether my cycle is a big part of the picture. Maybe making me more prone to another trigger is also there. I'm seeing my GP about all this, and I'll let them do the proper investigating. But I wanted to ask real people, does this sound familiar to you? Does anyone seize when your body's under some kind of physical stress? And have any of you found a link with your menstrual cycle and hormones? I'd love to hear how others experience this and what, if anything, helped you understand it. Thanks for reading.
It'd be catamenial.
Um, yeah, I was gonna say hormones can be a thing. I'm not. Could it be male hormones? Can that cause a seizure? Is that a thing? Because I know catamenial epilepsy, but I don't know if there's one for men in
I have no
particular.
I have no idea, but I would think any hormone fluctuations, anytime you get sick, dehydrated, anything that puts a strain on your body, not getting enough sleep, all of those different things can cause your seizure threshold to lower. Therefore, you would be more prone to having seizures.
You know what crosses my mind sometimes? When I'm reading these posts, I say my husband a lot. And it always it sticks with me. And then I'm like, I don't know whether to say something when we're done, but I was like, but I say my husband a lot, and a lot of menstrual stuff that I have no idea is menstrual stuff sometimes until someone else says something. I'm like, okay, that's a womanly thing. Reading these posts, what a time. What a time to be alive.
Every day.
Uh, Only comment here says, for me, it's exactly physical stress. I would say whenever I get a seizure, either I'm depressed or having anxiety or not feeling well overall. I haven't been able to find the physical trigger, like my body is physically drained because I've done things that were physically draining and didn't have seizures. Um, I haven't worked like a physically straining job to know if it's a work thing. Ooh, but one thing I have done is I've had seizures at work and stay at work. It sounds stupid, but the um the job actually asked me. She was like, "Would you like to stay?" And I just had a seizure less than 10 minutes ago at the register. Um, and
I
she's
can't
like,
believe they asked you.
"Yeah," she's like, "We got somebody coming in 30 minutes, and your shift's not over for 2 hours. You want to stay?" And I was like, "Yeah." I don't even know why I said yeah, uh, but I stayed and finished the shift. um,
Can't believe
yeah,
that wouldn't have been some liability where you had to leave for the day.
that's what I was thinking. People have left that job for a sore thumb or headaches, and they asked me to stay for a headache. I mean, for a seizure. But then again, she didn't know it was a seizure. My boss was very scary, and she was an older woman, and I think she said she thought I fell and rolled over or something. She didn't know the shaking process because she was on the other side of the register as well. So all you notice is me disappear. It might leave me curious too. What's going on over there? Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
happened.
whole thing just sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, and me did not think anything of it until the next day. I was like, I stayed at work after a seizure. Uh, but I do remember the ambulance when they came. They were trying to get her to stop panicking, and they yelled at her. She was like trying to stop them from doing things and telling them what to do. And they were like, "Ma'am, we got this. We know him." That's how many seizures I was having in that town. That's where I'm from. It's just like we know him. Uh, um, yeah.
I'm glad I'm not acquainted with the paramedics that well.
Mm. I remember the fire chief was named Chief Dempsey, and I knew him so well that my friends hated it when I would hang out with them, and then the fire department knew me, so they'd honk when they passed, and my friends absolutely hated that. They were like, "Bro, can you stop waving at them?" I'm like, "My bad. I did it out of habit, just force a habit. Just it was an accident." And then I would accidentally just even look at them. I'd be like, "Hey, I'm not gonna look at them." And then they ring the bell when they're passing us, and it just scare my friends. And they're like, "Bro, I'm gonna stop hanging out with you if every time they're passed, they're gonna be honking that loud horn at us." Uh, yeah, friends not like that. Um, but it made for some good stories. Uh, yeah, they told me to stand over there. We see the fire truck coming, and then be like, "Oh, it made it right." And then we didn't. Yeah, but they went as far as hiding me when when the fire truck is coming. They didn't. Fire truck didn't care about me having friends. They're like, "Hey, how you doing? Honk, honk, honk." Cars all over the place, looking around like, "What's going on?" Only one that knew was me and my friends. I was like, "Sorry about
That's
that,
funny.
guys. Sorry that I happened to be hanging out with you guys today, my friends." Yeah.
They were just jealous that your other friends got to drive a fire truck.
Yeah, my other friends were cool. Yeah. It was sometimes it was kind of annoying. I'd be talking to people, having a conversation, not paying attention to it. Now I gotta people are like, "Why are they honking at us?" And I'm like, "Oh, me." And I gotta explain to somebody that I'm having a conversation with because I didn't wave at them because they already passed. Now I gotta explain, okay, so between this date and this date, I had this many seizures, and they came every time. So now they know me, and they probably see me more times than you. Um, so yeah, people end up knowing, oh yeah, you. So there's several people who will be like, oh, the fire truck's coming, they're gonna honk at you, not just my friends. But yeah, I've had to explain that to people several times. And they're like, why that fire truck honk? Well, you
Because
see,
I'm cool.
uh, yeah, I wish. I wish that was the reason. Unfortunately, I got something here for me and you, Andrea. It says, just looking for some insight. First time seizure. Hello. I had my first tonic-clonic seizure with no family history or even a symptom of something before it happened. My MRI at the hospital said I had a mild flare intensity in the bilateral mesial temporal lobes that were symmetrical in appearance. The doctor told me that that could have just that could be just from a seizure itself and fade away over time. They put me on Keppra and sent me home. My blood work was fine, but I had been on an IV for a long time, so there was no real way to say if I was dehydrated or not. Do I have any hope of living a normal life after this? I know that statistically it's a coin toss if I'll ever have if I ever have one. I know there's a bit of a survivor bias who writes on these kinds of message boards, but I thought I'd ask, is it possible to be a one and done? I'm a park ranger in rural Alaska and don't have much support. I don't want to career change if possible. Um, just looking for some insight.
I mean, it's
Um,
possible. It's possible they might not ever have another one, but I wouldn't necessarily count on it.
yeah, you might have
Prepare for
another
the
one.
worst. Prepare for the
Yeah.
worst, hope for the best.
Yeah. Will you ever live a normal life? Depends on what you call normal. Uh, and the other part was, yeah, it'll be a coin toss, like you said. Uh, is it possible to be a one and done? Yes, it is. The park ranger thing in rural Alaska, I know rural Alaska could be cold. So you
It's in
definitely don't
Alaska, of
want to be.
course.
Well, I mean, I don't want to always say it's always cold, but you feel me? It's Alaska. Alaska will be Alaska.
Right.
Um,
I would say that a park ranger in Alaska is probably not the safest job for someone that has developed epilepsy, but talk to your doctors. I still kind of don't understand why so many people come to Reddit and want answers that no one can give but a doctor, and a doctor might not even be able to give them an answer.
doctor's probably not going to understand it. Like, are you serious? This was happening? Not possible. Yes, it is. A lot of shit's possible that people say aren't possible.
And a lot of
There was,
things aren't even known by neurologists because neurologists read about it in a book. That doesn't mean that they really understand it.
yeah, um, yeah, like you said, they just basically studied it and they don't know how it feels. And that's why they always say you're gonna have a little headache afterwards. That's
Right. A little
bullshit.
headache.
A little headache, you don't know nothing what you guys are talking about. What is your
Not,
definition of a little headache? You've heard a decent amount of people say headache, so you think a little headache is the good thing to say to someone. I wish it was a little headache. Never.
I'll take a
Full,
migraine over a post-ictal headache any day.
right. It's like I'm trying to do this the whole time after I have a seizure because if I lean to the left, it feels like my brain is leaning against my skull on the left hand side. And and the same thing with the right. If I lean to the right, it feels like it rolled over to the right and it hurts on that side. And if I lean too far back, it goes in the back of my head. on the front. And yeah, so it's usually like I'm trying to sit up straight and wait for it to go away, smoke some weed, and it's usually like telling people I can't turn my head, so I just be like,
That was me with my neck's bad. You do the
yeah,
whole the full body turn because you can't turn your neck.
yes, definitely, and it helps. It's I can still smoke, so yeah. Uh, I mean, not like that's the best thing, but I was able to
Hey,
get the weed
whatever
on my own.
helps.
Yeah, I feel like that helps me personally. But
Sleep and water.
sleep and water, good things to do afterwards. This person says they don't know if they were dehydrated because they had an IV. You never know what they were putting in you through that IV, because could have been putting in you saline, could be your medication. Uh, yeah, best to drink something on your own, um, or just look on the paperwork. It'll tell you what was in that IV.
Hopefully.
Um, mm. My ex-employer listed my seizure in the My ex-employer listed my seizure in the misconduct disciplinary log. Does that make sense? I was terminated from my job after 7 years of employment. I was looking through my termination paperwork and learned there was a handwritten log titled, in quote, misconduct and disciplinary, disciplinary actions. There were bullet points like back in 2023, I didn't make an employee remop after learning there was no soap in the bucket, but noted that in the future I'd make sure they do so. And then there was a bullet point that I called off due to a seizure. That may strike as normal, but if any of my other call offs were induced, oh, that maybe strike you as normal if my other call offs were induced. In 7 years, no other call offs were written down. I'm hurt, can't prove it, but no, they fired me because they don't really understand epilepsy. Um, Question was, does that make sense? If they wrote it there, yeah, it makes sense. It sucks, but depending on where you're at, they can't fire you for having epilepsy. I know some states they can, right?
I am not familiar with the employment laws in this country entirely. It's been too long. I
I know
wouldn't
in
think they could
California you
fire
can't.
you.
They can do things to make you want to quit, or they can do things to make you screw up and need to be fired, and you can't keep up with the pace and stuff like that. Um, Anyhow, there's first comment says, WTF, this is illegal. So wherever that's at, this is illegal. Another comment says, I feel like this is a question to ask the lawyers subreddit. Could also be brought up when discussing a wrongful termination lawsuit. Hmm. And one more comment says, it doesn't. There's absolutely no way that's illegal. No, no way that's legal. Ex-employer. First time I heard that term being used like that. Um, what can a parent do? Oh, I don't think we can really say because we're not a parent of a person with epilepsy. Uh, but it's asking for advice, so we can at least give advice. End quote. What can a parent do? Daughter has had epilepsy since infancy, seizure control by meds for years. She had to get off medication. She had to get off of medication, so she weaned herself and still seizure free for a year. Had a myoclonic jerk. so she went back on meds. Mental side effects were terrible, so we tried 3 meds in less than a year. After stopping the third, she had her first myoclonic. She's back on meds for nearly 3 months now and has had a terrible recovery. She's still tired all the time and has a lot of brain fog. She's out of it, but not working. We will support her, but I don't want her to shut herself off from the world. How do we help her? If I try to if I try to get her out with me or friends, she says I'm pushing her. If she goes out, she's anxious to get back home. Then she complains she's stuck like a prisoner. Oh, stuck at home like a prisoner. She doesn't want to go to a restaurant because it will be too loud, but she'll want to drive hours away for some huge event late at night when she's normally asleep by 10. Has anyone else felt this way? What do you want to do? Wait, what do we do or not do? Is this normal?
Sounds to me like they're struggling with their mental health because of, like being anxious about going out and stuff. So I would recommend some therapy and talk to their neurologist about their meds because some of it could be med side effects too. Maybe they need to try a different medication.
Yeah, all this is like patient to patient based, basically.
Yeah.
Because that could be that person's personality. Uh, yeah, that person could be doing something wrong. Um, and then the parents seem like they might be a little more worried than did they say she than she is. Uh, your health comes first, even being a parent. Sucks. You might have to fall back and watch a little bit more. What do you think?
Call the doctor and get some therapy. That's what I think. I
Oh
mean,
yeah. Um, one of the comments here says, as a 28-year-old male who has epilepsy since 14, I lived the same stage you're talking about, especially from 21 to 24. It was awful. Only two things really helped. One was years about my meditate during years about my situation to get the most out of it. It is an effort we all have to do. Normally, someone trying to force you won't help. However, I appreciate the efforts my sister did. Number two is I was given a puppy by my parents and my sister. This gave me a reason to go out and a really strong sense of usefulness. A little dog needed me, so I stopped feeling useless. Maybe the second one is not for everyone, but it helped me a lot.
it can help if you know something, another creature relies on you.
Yeah. I didn't think about that, but it probably did that for me too. Uh, I had to go walk him in the morning, walk him a couple
Give you a
times during the
reason to get
day.
out of bed. Right. You got
Yeah.
to make sure they're fed. You got to make sure they got water. You got to get them their exercise, whatever it is. It gives you stuff that you need to do, and they're relying on you to get it.
Yeah, that's the only way I had Taco Tuesday every Tuesday is because I would walk the dog past the taco shop and big sign on the window and then it's blinking, not just bright, it's blinking. So you notice something is blinking. Tacos 125 today. Um, that's why I always had Taco Tuesday because end up walking the dog and the dog can go in with me. Hey, great
And
place as
everybody's
well.
talking about tacos today, making me hungry for tacos.
I
I've
had a
been
burrito
craving
last
tacos
night.
for like I've been craving tacos since about the time that psychosporiasis crap came out, and I haven't had tacos since then. And I used to eat them all the time. I miss my tacos.
I had a burrito last night and
What kind?
I um I cannot remember.
Okay.
I remember it being something that it was beef, I believe. I hope. What is it called? I'm hoping it was beef. Uh, it's like the meat that you like. Oh, you kind of shred it with a fork. Um,
Like beef
some kind of
barbacoa?
beef. No. I forgot the name of it. But yeah, the lady like shreds it with the fork and make a bunch of meat, and then she just slaps it on there and puts a little stuff. And then I was like, "You guys not gonna put onions on it, right?" And she was like, "No, do you want onions?" And I was like, "No, did you guys hear about the cyclosporiasis and the I mean, did you hear about the bad lettuce?" I asked her, "You guys gonna put lettuce in it?" And she was like, "Do you want lettuce?" And I was like, "No, have you heard about the
Hell no.
cyclosporiasis thing?" And she was like, "No, what about it?" And I was like, "Oh, they're saying it gives you uh leaky stool, explosive leaky diarrhea." Um, and that was in a newspaper article. Explosive.
I actually read something today about it. They recalled a bunch of eggs for salmonella too, and jalapenos. So no jalapenos, no lettuce, and no eggs now. There's three things I can't eat.
Those all in the taco, those are all in the Mexican restaurants. All three of them I need. Uh, they said they had peppers that weren't jalapenos though. Um, I told her I heard something was bad with the jalapenos. They told me they'll look into it. Uh, the lady laughed though. I don't think she heard of the cyclosporiasis thing. Uh,
Do you
Got to
live
pay
under a rock?
attention. I don't know. I really can't remember how that situation ended up playing out or the conversation we had after that. Um, yeah, but she laughed at it as well. So hopefully they don't do anything to anyone.
It's probably
Uh,
because she probably laughed because you were talking about explosive leaky diarrhea or watery explosive diarrhea or whatever it is. They were
yeah,
very
it's water.
descriptive.
Yeah, the descriptions were watery explosive diarrhea. Oh, watery leaky explosive diarrhea caused by cyclosporiasis. Uh,
Definitely not a
yeah,
good time.
that's something you got to notice. You can't.
I would hope so.
It hasn't happened to me. You can't just ignore those sides. Explosive, leaky end. Oh man, sure that stinks and it sucks. Literally. Uh, got something here that says I think I had another seizure a couple of days ago. Should I go to the doctor? Firstly, if you think you had a seizure, you should definitely contact your neurologist. Go to him. I don't know. I wouldn't go to. I have a little app, my health app, and you send him a message. If he says come to, then you come to. But if you got to ask on Reddit, I think it's obviously something that might be doctor worthy. Um,
Right. And if you don't have a neurologist, just go to your primary care and then tell them you want to be referred to a neurologist.
yeah. So I got something here, and it says, so I'll read it. I'm not currently diagnosed with epilepsy. I had two seizures on December 10th and was referred to neurology, but had my first neurology appointment in April, then had an EEG and MRI appointment to find out the results in August. My primary doctor thinks I have epilepsy, so I hope it's okay for me to ask here. Anyway, the two seizures I had in December involved me not being conscious for several minutes and waking up on the floor and being wildly disorientated afterwards. I thought it was just fainting, but the second it happened, the second happened at urgent care, and the doctor said it was a seizure. That didn't happen again since then, but I had strange moments when I was basically lost in time, and my primary care doctor told me I was probably having absent seizures. I went back because I thought it was some kind of memory issue or brain injury, LOL. He said about possible absence seizures that there was nothing he could do except refer me to neurology that he already did, which is fair. And I didn't go back since then. But then on Saturday, I had something much more similar to the December incidents. I was chilling on the sofa reading, thank God, LOL, but lost consciousness and woke up and didn't remember how to walk. It was terrifying. It felt like December, except I didn't fall on a tile floor this time. Again, thank God. It felt alarming and scary, and my first instinct was to make another appointment with the doctor to at least get it on record, but I don't know if there's any point. Should I go to the doctor about this? Thanks in advance for your advice. Yeah, you should. If you don't even have a neurologist, go see your primary and ask them to get you some referrals and bada boom, have a neurologist. Or at least let your primary know. You got to be working with somebody with this. But to have seizures that far apart with no medication, uh, that's dope. I wish I could have seizures that far apart with no medication. Anyhow, yeah, the question was, should they go see a doctor, Andrea?
Yes. If you're questioning the fact of whether you should go see a doctor, you should go see a doctor.
I like it when you say that.
Better safe than sorry.
What she said. One of the comments here says, don't wait around, call now. Tell them what's happening and ask them to be on their cancellations wait list. Another comment here says, go to the doctor, not only for record, for your safety. Seizures can make you forget how to walk, and how to walk is a big red flag, especially when you don't have a diagnosis yet and nobody is monitoring your condition. The August appointment is too far. Your neurologist's office and tell them what happened. They might move you up or at least give you instructions on what to do if it happens. Don't just wait. Yeah, don't just wait. So what Andrea said too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was waiting, and Andrea made me go to the hospital. Um, don't just wait. I
And
waited,
aren't
and
you
then I
glad you
found out it was
did?
broken. Yeah, because then I
Aren't
found out it was broken, and then it was in a spent for around 6 to 8 weeks, and now it's fine. Now it isn't fine, but it works. I can open water bottles on my own. Uh,
moving up in the
yeah,
world?
right. I've opened quite a few water bottles here today. I'm on to the next one. I got to stay hydrated. Hmm. Um, absent-minded seizures. Anyhow, absent-minded seizures compared to convulsions. I became epileptic at around 17. What what's felt so surprisingly bad is that I almost have absent-minded ones now when I'm 22. I always feel like nothing has happened, only only to then get told I was banging on doors and shouting about stuff. I have literally woken up mid conversation with people on the street. I've gone from being worried I might shake badly to I might do wondering I might do stuff that'll get the shit kicked out of me. How often is growing out of convulsions into absent seizures? Um, I don't know how often that happens, but for me, I do notice that the one where they said they wake up having a conversation on the street, um, that's how my absent one was. Uh, but mine was much more dangerous. I woke up in an argument inside of a man's house, or no, it was actually a rehab. Um, and when I came to, I was in his face yelling, "Get the fuck out of my house. This is my house." And he's like, "No, get the fuck out of my house." And we're yelling back and forth. Like, and there's somebody with their hands in between us. I remember that much. And me, like, full on, just like trying to get over their arm, like, no. Yeah, bad day. Um, I was telling him, get the fuck out of my house. And he's like, no, get the fuck out of my house. And then they're trying to stop him, and they're not knowing that I'm having a seizure. I was having what do you call it? An absence seizure is what I'm thinking it is. These wandering seizures that I'm having. No one's really gave me a big explanation. I've got a few different stories of what it might or could be. Um, but yeah, there was no convulsions or anything. And absent-minded, I wouldn't say. Absent seizures is the term I use.
I I still think you're so lucky with some of the experiences you've had. If you walk in the wrong house, you might wind up dead because somebody might be defending their house.
Yeah, they have the right to. Um, and every time I did it, I went, no, 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 no. I'll stop. I was gonna say every time I did it, I went back and apologized. I did not. Not. It's gonna sound. It sounds bad. I did not. I didn't know what was going on until these last year and a half. I've apologized for the three that I've experienced since then, and I went and apologized. Uh, yeah, that's what happened. I didn't know what was going on, and when I came to and put the pieces together, I went and apologized. Um, told him it was a seizure. Uh, oh, not with the one with the rehab where I was like, "It's my fucking house." That argument was just insane. I was all the way wrong, and I shouldn't have been walking alone. All I was doing was going to the store. Um, my aunt's house was that way, and the store was that way, so it was like I stopped in the middle at the rehab. I don't know if I went to the store first and stopped at the rehab on the way back, or if it was from the house to the rehab in the middle. I don't know if I even made it to the store, but yeah, don't walk alone, even if you think you're just going to the store. Uh,
Do
yeah.
but I don't have
These
seizures that are like yours, so I I'll take off trekking by myself occasionally.
I take out trekking all the time by myself. I didn't listen to that. Once I learned what it is, and I learned to watch out for things. I didn't find anything to watch out for, so I just kept trekking along outside, and it hasn't happened again in that situation. Just like going outside, and the last one that happened was I was already outside, or no, I don't know if I had a seizure, but I woke up in the hallway on the second floor when I was supposed to be on the fourth floor. And yeah, that was the worst one because that wasn't a rehab, so it was more likely for him to have a gun than it was for the rehab to actually have a gun. And yeah, he said he had seen me so many times getting inside of an ambulance that he knew something was wrong, but he didn't know what to do. Um, lucky me, because he could have done everything. But he said, from what I fully
Luckily, he knew you
remember,
from the ambulance.
yeah, luckily the ambulance come out front all the time, and he's noticed the ambulance in front of the building. And yeah, I went and apologized the next day. Uh, I went back and I was just like, damn, he gave me the full story. And I just like walked in there and just laid on the couch. And I remember him just being so calm. And thank you very much. He was really calm with me, and he didn't have any anger. He was just like, "What's going on?" And I remember him saying, "What's going on?" I don't know what was so frustrating about that, but I remember like stomping out, and yeah. And he said he left the door open just in case I was going to come back. He said he was going to call the ambulance if I came back. Uh, but I went, just left his house and found out that I had no shoes on. So luckily, it was an indoor complex, and I didn't have any shoes on walking around. Uh, could have been much worse. He could have done anything because he had the right by that point. So I'm just chilling on his couch. You got the right away.
PSA for people to keep their doors locked.
No, this one he un. Well, it'll sound weird if I say it like that, but he unlocked the door for me. Uh,
Were
so
you
when I woke
knocking on
up,
his door or something?
no, when I woke up on the floor on the second floor, like I said, I lived on the fourth, so I didn't know what was going on when I woke up on the second floor. And when I woke up, he was walking by and he said, "What's up?" And then I said, "What's up?" And then I got up and I followed him. And the whole time he just kept looking back. And he kept looking back like, "Is this guy following me?" He was just like, obviously he thought it was weird. Um, but I remember for sure, as soon as the door opened, I just walked right past him. I remember that part. I remember bits and pieces. And then that's when he said, I went in the living room and laid on the couch. And then all I remember is walking outside, and yeah, he was like, "If you would have came back, I were gonna call the ambulance." I was like, "Thank you," but me, it couldn't have been that long because uh, when I finally went back upstairs, I was playing video games before I left, and in the video game, if you're standing still for like 10 minutes, then uh, then it'll kick you out of the game, kick you off the server with other people. But when I got back, I put the headphones on. I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And they were like, "Oh, what happened? You just took off." Then that's when I got the story put together. They said I was crying. That was pretty interesting. They told me I was playing video games and I started crying. And they
And
said,
then
not
disappeared?
just, no, I stayed there crying, like full blown crying, boo hoo. Like you want to tell someone, get away from me. You're just sitting there crying so loud and it's in a headset. So, um, yeah, they said I was crying and they muted me. And then they said since I was playing, they thought nothing of it. I was still like fully on playing the game, like interacting, not
What
talking.
game is this?
Grand Theft Auto.
Okay.
I was fully interacting, playing the game, but crying. They were like, "You were full boo-hoo," and so we thought somebody else was playing, and you were just off crying, screaming or something. Because yeah, but I told them I was home alone, and they were like, "Oh," and I was like, "Yeah." So it was me playing and crying, and yeah, I put the pieces together, and the next day I went and apologized to the guy, and I was just like, "Yeah." So you see, what had happened was my friends told me that I was crying, and then I left. But like I said, it had to be less than 10 minutes because when I came back, it'll usually say you've been removed from the server for not moving for 10 minutes. Luckily, it didn't remove me yet, and then I got the backstory from them. They were like, "The only reason we unmuted you is because you stopped moving." And then I was like, "Oh, makes sense to stop moving." And then they were like, "Oh, well, you didn't say nothing after we unmuted you, so we knew you were gone." Uh, but yeah, I always
That's
thought
kind of
about
wild.
like fully playing a video game, um, but also crying. Uh, yeah, luckily it was just people I knew offline. I'd known them for a long time by like online names, but
Yeah.
uh, they weren't able to call my mom or anything. 'Cause we didn't weren't that cool. But yeah, those absence seizures, whatever it might be, no one's able to give me an exact answer for the name of it. Someone said absence, somebody said partial something, partial seizures. Uh, I've been told so many things, I don't know what to call it. Um, so it is 5 o'clock. I think it is 5 o'clock, right?
Well, at your house, it's 7 o'clock here.
Okay. Well, everybody out there watching, is there anybody out there watching? Can you tell me, Andrea? I'm
Let
not
me look.
watching, but
It says there's 2 people, and I'm assuming one of them is me.
and Jeff
Could be Jeff.
or
Yeah,
Angel.
or Angel. Don't know. It doesn't give me enough. Oh, and Jeff just says it's me. It's Jeff.
uh yeah. Another absent seizure story before we go. Um I wasn't sure if this one was an absent seizure or a focal, but one day I was in bed and I was just feeling
Yeah.
weird. So I told myself just chill in bed for the day. And I chilled in bed for the day. Then I was sitting there thinking I'm kind of thirsty. And then snap, I'm in the kitchen. Um, I'm not on the ground having a seizure. I'm pouring a cup of juice. And when I come to, um, there's juice overflowing out of the cup, all on the counter and stuff, over going on the floor. I poured most of the juice out into the cup. So then it was eventually on the floor and stuff. But I always wondered what kind of seizure was that because, like I said, all I was doing was thinking about juice. Next thing I know, I was teleported to the kitchen. Refrigerator was open, juice all over the counter.
I would say that's an absent seizure.
Okay. Um,
That would be my uneducated guess.
yeah, I thought it was weird. Then I just went on about the day. And
Because
yeah,
it's one of those like the lights are on, but nobody's home. And then
yeah,
you
it's just
just kind
like,
of froze in the middle of pouring juice.
uh, yeah. Because when I came to, I only noticed that I was pouring juice because I felt it on my hand. I was looking off to a different direction. Uh,
I
so
remember
yeah, there's
waking up
that.
once covered, I woke up once covered in orange juice.
Did you have the cup in your hand at first?
I don't remember. I just know I was sitting here and I had an orange juice sitting next to me. And then I woke up and finally put all the pieces together that I must have had a seizure and there's orange juice everywhere. I think the cup was back on the table, but I don't really remember for sure.
uh, or another absent one would be I was at the train station. I remember the walk there. I remember paying for my ticket. And then I'm on the platform waiting for the train to come. I see it. So I back up from the platform, obviously, so I don't get hit. Uh, and then teleport again. Or actually, no, this time I didn't teleport. I just missed some time. I came to and I had the phone in my hand and I was fully just like this. Screen is off on the phone, also, by the way. Um, and the train is pulling off. So the whole time I'm sitting there like I'm taking a selfie and screen off on the phone. Obviously not taking a selfie, but I was in the motion of I looked at the screen, screen's off. I looked at the train, train's going. I just started laughing. I had already knew what had happened. Uh, I was just like, yeah, let's keep going. And yeah, I was on my way to a doctor's appointment actually, and I told my primary that I think I had a seizure on the way. And he started asking me, "When was the last time you talked to your neurologist? Have you gotten up in your medication lately?" But yeah, those absence seizures or something. I don't remember any absence seizures from high school, but yeah, uh, good times, good times. yeah, so it's been a good day. Everybody
It
out
has
there,
been.
have a good day, you guys.
Thanks for
Sorry to be
coming.
so quick about it. Yeah, thanks for coming. Have a good day, and